All right, and we are live, folks, here at Durhamtown Off-Road Park. Here in beautiful Union Point, Georgia. Hi, I'm Will Rigdon alongside Mikey Lemon-Drop Lane up here in the booth. And Mikey, this is the first one for us here doing some side-by-side racing. We're about halfway through the first race right now. We've got the Sportsman NA division up right now. It's for ages 12 and up, 1,750-pound minimum weight. And they have already been going hammer and tong out here as they are cutting up around the track. About to get the halfway point, going to get a competition caution coming up here at lap number 5. And you got Devin over there, your start finisher, waving that flag, going to group this field back up as they are making their way past the start finish. And that's going to be how we run most of these races here today. And it looks like we got one more straggler coming around here. It's going to be Dana Regis as he makes his way, as she makes her way. And actually, that's Avery Davis, so Dana's coming up just behind him. And then her. And we can try to move this more to the middle. That helps y'all out. I'm just looking at it for this so I can do the... You can add a little bit more into that. So I can read it a little better. Yeah, like that. I don't know if you can bring it down at all or size. I don't know how to. It is what it is. You know, and I didn't even give you the. I didn't even give you the overlays.
Did we have some?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
You're live, by the way.
Oh. Whoa. How do you do?
There he is.
No yellow, no yellow, no yellow.
And they're calling no yellow on that one, as they're going to let the action keep unfolding right now. Is your race leader, Philip Masella, making his way through turns 5 and 6. Kind of an interesting layout here, Mikey. It's a little bit like Roebling Road if Roebling Road looked like a middle finger. So
They gave us the track map here, so 7 turns, and then they come across the start-finish line right in front of our viewing position. We'll have a great shot of that coming up on our start-finish camera. You'll see them catch some air as they cross the stripe.
and look at that, hanging it out over the start-finish line. That's going to put lap 7 in the books. We're going to be 3 more to go. This 10-lap contest as the drivers are making their way around the track. And you're following on board right now just behind the number 316 of Luis Teixeira. He is your second-place driver. Hot battle right now for the lead between Teixeira and Masella as they're heading up the backside of the track into turn 5. And according to my turn sheet, that's actually turn 3. So they count turn 1, so we kind of skip a turn here at the start-finish line.
That's turn 0.
I like it. And right now, these front runners are walking away from the pack as they are making their ways through, I believe that's turn 5 now, as they're going to head back down the hill, that downhill jump. Look at that. Hanging it out as they make their way into turn 6 here, and they're going to head back towards our vantage point here in the booth. Come sliding through the turn here, up over the crest.
Something about how the rev limiter just hits right as they go over the jump. Just, it's music.
And our drone pilot, Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com, getting a little bit of elevation there. Get over this tree line. definitely don't want to fly that thing into a tree, Mikey. We've
Yeah,
seen it happen up at AMP.
Shout out to Daryl for dodging these trees. They got a couple obstacles up here, but he's doing a great job.
You know, I picked up the phone and said, hey, do you want to come cover a race? He said, yeah. I didn't really tell him how many obstacles there was going to be out here for him to dodge, but doing a great job right now as we're watching our leaders making their way through the second half of the track. That's turn 4, making their way up the hill to turn 5, that uphill jump. Sliding through, coming back down the hill, catching some more air, keeping these things fairly stable.
And Will, remind me again, what is the age of these drivers?
So this class is the Sportsman class. It's ages 12 and up. They have a minimum weight of 1,750 pounds. It's designed for entry-level beginners, and the engines, it's an open engine, so anything up to 1,000 cc's, so approximately 90 horsepower is what these guys are running. They're allowed any safety upgrades, and they're not allowed any performance upgrades or internal engine modifications. So this is basically your, you know, I'm getting started in side-by-side racing class.
Okay, so a little more of a spec racing
Yes.
deal.
And this should be, I see a white flag in the hand of our start finisher. We should be one more lap to go. There's the scoring data. Almost got lost there for a second.
So this be turn 5. They'll have a little straightaway down this hill into the turn 6. Big sweeping turn 6. Then they'll have another little straightaway right before they come to turn 7, the final turn to receive the white flag.
And you can see all the spectators up there getting the face full of mud as these guys come through the final turn. White flag is out, last lap racing, and they are practically side by side coming into turn 1. Look at that. And Texera is putting the heat on right now as he is trying to close in that gap with Masella. But Masella, he's taking that wider line, and he's getting a little bit more of a run as he comes on the outside. He's just maintaining more of that speed as we're seeing Texera hang to the inside a little bit more. But look at this. They're both going sideways, practically running that thing up to the curtain. Hitting that downhill jump coming into turn 5, or turn 4. Sorry, we're still learning the turns as we go here. Oh, and they make contact. Oh, and the wheel comes off. And he's into the ditch, and he's over.
And coming to the line to get the checkered flag, that's going to be Texera.
I don't know how you call that one, Mikey.
That's a little more than a bump and run.
Yeah, I mean, this being my first dirt race, I'd chalk it up to a racing incident because they were both running hard. Didn't look like anything malice, but I'm also not the race director, so not my call to make, and we're going to have to see how they, if they're going to give the win there to Lewis.
Well, with our limited experience, we do know you need 4 wheels to run. So you can see the wheel popping off that right rear. I was going to say driver's side. Well, I guess there is 2 sides to these cars. There's side-by-sides.
Yeah, look, great shot from our drone pilot there as they are getting this guy recovered right now. Driver's all right. Side-by-side, yet to be seen. I got to take that one back to the pits and assess the damage on that one. But you hate to see it, but you know, folks at home watching, that was a pretty exciting finish, the last lap action.
They don't need to come to the infield.
Texera and Masala getting into it there, almost at the entrance of turn 4. They were in that downhill jump section coming out of turn 3.
Are we interviewing for second, third? Okay. Jamie, don't forget first, second, third comes up here to the start finish line.
Send them across the transponder or no?
Hold on 2 seconds. Joel, can we print this? Okay. And then,
the, is this your Starlink?
Yeah, this, he needs a password real quick. I got
Yeah,
this.
just so I can get scored that on here.
Yes, it did. Tell us what it did.
Tony, you pull down a little bit more, Devin. Let's pull down a little bit more. Hey, Robin, I told her not to go that way, but she didn't hear me, so she's coming. And she's fourth, so don't pay attention to her.
Which one's third?
All right, sweet. Thank you.
Third is number 12 in the RS1.
Got it. Devin, they need to back up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, that's good right there where they're
I
at.
don't think, well, let him decide that. I don't know where his camera's sitting there.
Okay.
Mic check.
Oh,
Mic check. All right, we're good.
there's one down there.
All right, we're going to go down there and get a word with our winners real quick.
Boodle, do you want somebody with a skid steer to get that car out the ditch?
No, we're gonna pull it up and leave it up here on the hill.
How's it doing? You want to do it in the car or you want to get out? I can do it right here. All right, sweet. Yeah, camera's right there in that tire, so make sure you smile for the folks at home. All right, I'm here with Lewis. How do you say that last name? Texera. Man, that was some exciting last lap action. Take us through. I mean, there's a little bit of contact there.
Yeah.
You're coming up behind him. Take us through that real quick.
Well, Phil is a great driver. We've had some really close competitions. As you could tell, we are pretty evenly matched. The last couple of turns on that turn, I saw that I could get the inside. So I was about halfway in his buggy. I don't think he could see me yet. So he trying to come to the right side of the track to take the left turn, not knowing I was there, and he literally went right across me and into the outside. So unfortunate it happened. It was a great race until then, but you know, we're happy with the results. A double point weekend, so coming away with a first place is important.
Well, that's awesome, man. And I understand we're on the second race of the season, so how important are these races? Because we've got, what, 5 of them over the course of the season?
There's 6 races in one drop for a total of 5, so there's not very many opportunities to do well, and so you kind of have to go all out every time, so it's been great.
Well, congratulations on the win. It's exciting. We get with second and third place, and I would say good luck on the next one, but we're just running one race today, so congratulations, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you, I appreciate it.
PA system low.
Yeah.
I don't know which one he has it on. He's gonna have to do it when he comes back.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, he set the goal low.
All right, I'm standing here with second place, Paul Brown. Paul, a little bit of an exciting race. You know, I'm sure that last lap, a little bit of contact that happened, that put you from third to second. Take us through how you feeling right now with the second place finish.
Feeling good. You know, it is a bit sucky to see it happen like that, but you know, I still got I benefited from it. You know, Phil. Hope he's doing good. It looked like a pretty bad wreck out there when I drove by it, but you know, it just take what you can, and what happens happens, I guess.
Yeah, that's how it happens sometimes in racing. So, how long you been out here? Just, you know, let the folks at home get to know our drivers a little bit. How many seasons you been running? And yeah, just how do you like it out here?
This is my first actual season running out here. I've ran the Thanksgiving race out here before last year, and that was fun. And I always have a lot of fun out here. Even if I do wreck, I wrecked last race, so I didn't do super good. But glad to come out here and do better this time.
Well, you definitely got a good finish with second place, man. Congratulations. We're going to go ahead and talk to third place, and we'll see you on the next one. Good job, man. How's it going? I'm here with third place, Terry Michael. Terry, how you feeling? You got a podium today.
Right, I'm excited. I'm happy, but surprised.
So how was that race? There was a little bit of action there in the beginning, and kind of stretched out a little bit, and then it definitely got some action there at the end. How was it from your seat?
The restart was definitely like a bowling ball on that back turn. I felt like I was being kicked around, but it was fun.
Anything you can say to the folks at home, the ladies watching, trying to get some more folks, more participation out here?
Come on out, ladies. This is fun. It's so fun. You'll love it.
Well, that's awesome. Congratulations on the podium, and good job, and we'll see you on the next one. And that's going to do it for our Sportsman division. We got the next round coming up here momentarily.
All right, you want him to make a loop and go back down in the pit road? Make a loop real quick. And 401k is Trip Clark.
And we have got the pro division coming up next. The pro naturally aspirated. This is another ages 12 and up division. Minimum weight is 1,600 pounds. This class is designed for more experienced drivers or pro drivers. Engines up to 1,000 cc, roughly 90 to 100 horsepower. No internal engine modifications are allowed. An ECU flash and an exhaust is all they're allowed to do to get a little extra oomph out of these rides.
Oomph, is that a technical term, Will?
Oomph? Yes. I just like an Ugga-Dugga.
How many oomph to an Ugga-Dugga? What's the conversion?
I think your conversion rate's at least 5 oomphs for every Ugga-Dugga.
Or is that like going centimeters to inches? It doesn't work out.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a direct a direct unit conversion rate here, Mikey.
Well, thankfully, cars are rolling, so we don't have to chit-chat and small talk anymore.
I think on this too hard, I might have an aneurysm, so.
And this will be a race.
Now, I'm getting told up here by timing and scoring that this is going to be the race to watch right now.
Well, I had a lot of fun watching the last one, so.
And we have got 5 cards, or I say carts, cars, what do we call these things? Side-by-sides. 5 side-by-sides ready to go.
Not quite a cart, not quite a car.
And they're hitting the start box. Is going to be on the leader. And there they go. Jeb Boodle is going to be leading this pack. As they get an air coming down the back straightaway, starting to spread out a little bit there, getting single file. As they make their way into turn 2, coming up the first set of hills. As they go all the way into turn 3. Look at this. Cameron Michaels shooting it to the inside, pushes it a little wide. And that's going to.
And we'll catch them when they come across the line here.
Yeah, we might have our dad a little backward right now. That might be Michael in the lead and Boodle. We're just going off what the screen tells us as they come down the back straightaway here. We'll see numbers as they come by our vantage point, be able to tell you a little better.
And I got a feeling that we're going to have some lead changes here.
Yes, we are. And that is number 41 at Jeb Boodle in the lead right now. Getting some air over the start-finish line. And, man, listen to those things sing as they come by our vantage point, Mikey. Jeb Boodle still leading Cameron Michael down the back straightaway, although Tristan Snell in third place ran the fastest lap on that first lap, 2 minutes, 53 seconds. But expect those times to come down a little bit because they were under pace speeds during the first couple turns. So we're going to see what real race pace is this next time by. as Boodle's starting to pick up a little bit of an advantage over Michael as they're coming down the hill here into turn 4. And look at that, Boodle sending it way up into the curtain there, almost losing it, but getting back on the throttle as he hammers that thing back up the hill into turn 5.
We'll see if that lets Cameron Michael. It seems like he has closed the gap a little bit.
Yeah, he is working it. He's staying a little bit more to the inside, although you ever been to a dirt oval race, man, Boodle's just working that curtain. He's just riding it, although as soon as I say that, he goes right to the inside. As they come back by our vantage point. And there goes Boodle with the fastest lap of the race so far, minute 8.475 seconds. 2 laps into this 10-lap contest. These guys are barreling down the back straightaway right now. Field fairly starting to get spread out a little bit. Trip Clark all the way in the back must have had a little bit of trouble there at the start of this one. He's kind of falling back. I was actually, oh, that's right. I was talking to his dad earlier. He's having trouble getting that thing out of first gear right now. So kind of sounded like me first time I drove a manual transmission. Just going all the way to the ceiling in first gear. I know that thing's going to be barking when he gets off track. But yeah, he's out here racing for points right now. These guys only running a 6-race season, and they get 1 drop race, so every little bit of points matters. You don't want to waste your drop race if you don't have to. And right now, here come your leaders, Boodle and Michael. Boodle across the finish. Michael is second, Snell just behind him. And your 4th place driver, Andrew Aldrich, that's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4 right now. They are about the length of the back straightaway, spread out 1st through 4th. So starting to space out. That's what these competition cautions are going to be for. We're 3 laps in, so expect to see that caution flag coming out here in 2 laps.
I think it's a good idea. I like the, get all the drivers back together and send them back out.
And I think these restarts are a little bit more forgiving than what we see in on-road course racing, because those, turn 1's always the big pile-up point, and these guys do it NASCAR style where they've got a start box and it's on the leader to hit the gas and go, and they've got almost the entire distance of that back straightaway to get sorted out before going into the first turn.
Yeah, having these separate starting zone, I couldn't imagine trying to start them on the hill here where they end up finishing. As we'll see a shot of them coming to that hill.
And Boodle still carving time. He's been faster every single lap. He keeps knocking time off, so he's definitely wearing those tires in, getting comfortable out there. That gap back to second place Cameron Michael is now 2.9 seconds, so Boodle's been putting the time on him every lap. So Michael's going to have to dig deep once we get to this competition caution.
We saw last race, though, it only takes 1 little incident to turn the tables, so don't count anyone out.
Carter's best friend Davis works on the fire department at Morgan County.
Great shot of our leader, Jeb Boodle.
And that's the indomitable Collins Rigdon down there in the field getting us these great shots right now.
As they'll come across the line to see the yellow flag.
And
Competition caution.
Group them back up here. I love this. This needs to be a mandatory thing at all racing.
Well, I didn't hear a word you said.
Does build some suspense here, too, as they all come to a stop in the staging area.
It's like a roller coaster. It's like that mid-ride brake run, when you slow down and then they
Oh, yeah, when it tricks you? And,
you think it's done. And this time, Boodle starting on the inside line. He is first on the gas, his leader's choice in that start box. And look at this. They are all still side by side coming through turn. I guess that's turn 2 all the way on the backside of the track. Boodle starting to space out a little bit. A little bit of a mad dash there to that first turn.
Top 3 car.
They're running pretty tight right now.
Pretty tight, yeah.
Michael's staying hot on that bumper right now. Look at that, still side by side as they make their way up the hill to turn 3.
Tristan is upside
I think we'll get these turn numbers down by the end of the day, Will.
How hard can it be? There's only 7 turns we got to remember here, Mike.
Well, I can only count to 5.
Yeah, I got to take my socks off. I'm going to start remembering some of these. And whoa, great shot there from co-pilot Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com. Putting that thing in danger.
Tristan Snell all the way up to second place, past Cameron Michael, and now Tristan Snell looking like they saved something here for Jeff Boodle, looking on the inside.
I think he might have been sandbagging a little bit, just keeping that engine cool because he knew that competition caution was coming.
It's not a bad strategy if you can make it work.
And they go chasing each other through turn 3. I love these big, long, sweeping uphill, downhill turns. Make some really interesting camber elements, for setting these suspension up. And look at these guys going all the way to the outside of the turn, making their way through 4, coming back up the hill, going to hit that jump here. And hard on the binders coming in. Do they even have binders on these things? They just let off the throttle a little bit. I don't know. Just send it on to the high side. Look at that. Tristan Snell. And so with that, Snell's going to be your second place driver now, making the pass on Cameron Michael.
About 4/10 separating the top 2. Boodle's still running those 107s, though.
Yeah, and Michael charging a little bit, ran his fastest lap of the race that last time with a 108.221. But right now, first and second are kind of leaving him in the dust right now as Boodle is just walking away with this one. I don't know if Tristan's going to be able to put up much of a fight here. Boodle's making it look easy right now as they're going to be 2 laps to go next time past the stripe. And they're making their way up the hill into turn 5. Just on the other side of our vantage point right now. They're going to come right back down, make another U-turn. And they will be in sight once again from our vantage point. And look at this, some more action. Boodle running it up the hill. And they are going to be 2 to go this time by. Our start finisher Devin's got that white flag in his hand. And there goes Trip Clark across the start finish line. He's going into the infield right now. So I think he turned enough to be content with the points he's getting from that one. And Trip Clark, he's the guy we saw up at Lanier Speedway for the autocross event we did last year. He actually came out to a couple of them. We had that side-by-side takeover at Lanier Speedway. It was such a fun event last season, and right now we're watching your leaders as they're making their way through turn 6 and coming back up to our vantage point. And white flag in hand. We are 1 lap to go. And that number 41 machine of Jeff Boodle has been tough to beat all day, Mikey.
It has. However, top 3 drivers all running in their 107, so the fastest laps of the day coming out.
And you would expect to see that from a more advanced division, so happy to see these guys running pretty tight here. Definitely makes for some good action for the fans outside watching. Definitely great action for us up here in the booth.
I am not complaining.
Although the fans can't see what you guys are seeing at home, man, this camera angle is awesome watching this drone fly around chasing these guys. Tristan Snell trying to air it out a little bit, going wide, trying to find every little bit of speed he can, but I don't think it's going to work out for him.
I think sometimes you just got to choose a different line than the car in front of you and hope that you chose right.
Yep, as Boodle makes his way through turn 7 and across the finish line, he will take the checkered flag. Jeb Boodle is going to be your winner here for the Pro Naturally Aspirated Division. Tristan Snell in second, Cameron Michael in third, Andrew Aldrich in fourth, and Trip Clark pulling it in a couple laps early. Couldn't get that thing out of first gear, but keeping it out there for enough laps so that way he can get some points. And oh, look at that. He did make it back on track. And that's going to be just enough for Tripp to get half his laps completed. So I'm pretty sure that means he gets points, right? Yep, I'm getting thumbs up here in the booth. So he is. So we're going to come outside and talk with our winners here real quick.
You don't pay attention like the rest of the damn bunch I got. They're just a damn bunch of dumbasses.
How about now? There we go. Yeah, now we're hot. All right, I'm standing here with the race winner, Jeb Boodle. Jeb, quite a dominant performance. Just kind of take us through that.
Yeah, we didn't really have the best qualifying yesterday, so on the start, I was able to get a good jump and just kind of never looked back from there. But, yeah, it was a good race. Congrats to these three actually DFS engine cars out here, Polaris's, and, yeah, it was a good race. I want to thank Razor Racing, Durhamtown for an awesome track, for an awesome event, and, of course, all the spectators and fans and racers that come out to make this race so great. Thank y'all.
Yeah, hey, congratulations on the win. I wouldn't say anything else you're going to do different, but we're just running this one race today. So normally we do the qualifying and the races. So what are you going to do with the rest of your afternoon?
I don't know. I guess I'm going to sit here and watch and be a cheerleader.
Who are you rooting for?
Depends on the class, really. But probably Polaris. Anything Polaris.
That's what we like to hear. Congratulations, man. We're going to go ahead and get a word with second place over here. Our camera's floating in the air right there. So you, Tristan?
Yes, sir.
Tristan, second place, man. Congratulations on the podium. That was a hard-fought battle. You were in third for about the first half of that race.
Yep.
I believe it was about lap 7 you made that pass. Take us through that.
Yeah, it's the first day in the car, missed qualifying, never practiced in it, so we just come out here, was trying to be smart, and seen an opening, took it, and tried to give Jeb a run for his money. Didn't quite have enough for him, but congrats to Jeb and Cameron. Yeah.
Well, good job, man, and we're going to go ahead and talk to third place real quick because I see the next guys are getting ready, so I don't want to be up here when they get started. Cameron, third place, man. That was a hard-fought battle. You were in second for most of it, man. Take us through what happened there. I believe about lap 7, lap 8.
I just got outdrove by these boys, but it's been a struggle to even get here. So we're just pleased to be on the we're just pleased to be on the same straightaway as them. So we've got some work to do, but we're getting there. So.
Well, anything you're going to do different coming out next month? I know we're just running this one race today, but second race of the season, you feel like you got it locked in, dialed in. What do you got left in the tank?
We just need seat time. We've had a lot of help from Jody Hickman and CJ Greaves and they've got the car really good, so we appreciate their help, and we'll get some seat time. Maybe we'll be able to hang with them.
Well, it was definitely a good performance out there. It's exciting watching all three of y'all, man. Congratulations on the podium.
Thank you.
And we'll see you on the next one. Back up to you, Mikey.
Thank you, Will. As Will makes his way back up here to the, I don't know what we're calling this, the scoring shed, the streaming shed. We'll come up with a better name. Congrats to all our winners there on the podium. And we'll get some information on the next class coming up.
I'm kind of rolling with the foxhole.
The foxhole, I like that.
Can we say that? Is that PC? I
yeah.
know it's our first stream. We shouldn't be pushing the boundaries too much here. We have tried our best to get kicked out of the booth over at Lanier, and they still keep inviting us over there, so I feel like we're doing something right. But also, we don't have Steve here, so that's probably why we're keeping it fairly PG.
This place does have Steve written all over it, though, so I'm surprised he's not here.
He would be a pig and slop if we had our third amigo out here. But he is a big oval racing fan, and I believe he's out at, I don't think he's at Talladega Short Track. I forget where they're at. Either Montgomery or Talladega Short Track this weekend, so. And we are getting the next group of cars lined up and ready to go.
Making our final little safety checks, checking belts, helmets.
And this is the open, naturally aspirated class, so judging by the name, no turbos, run what you brung's what I got here on my sheet.
I was reading that. I think that is the official vernacular that was given to us. It is the one, run what you brung.
I think every racetrack needs to have a run what you brung class, so that way, you get minivans and trailers and usually some guy in an ultra modified 1,200 pound, 6,000 horsepower, just mops up the field.
Beating all the Camrys.
So, the next thing I wanted to ask you is water. I don't need a lot, but I'd like to touch a few places up after this race.
So, going to be interesting to see how these guys run. I'm assuming sky's the limit with what you can do to these things. Someone might need to come in the booth and correct me here. I know Everett told me he'd come up here after his son ran, and we just saw him get the victory in that last one, so maybe he'll come up here and educate me a little bit. And I'm hearing word up here, we're going to run this one, and then they're going to take a short break to water down the track a little bit, so some spots getting a little extra slick out there. This track, it starts to dry out, gets real dusty, starts to get real slick.
It is the never-ending battle of a dirt track.
Yeah, I know that was when we were up at the World Outlaws up there at the dirt track at Charlotte. That was a big thing. They were running 30-plus sprint cars at a time out there. That place was absolute dust tornado. But these side-by-sides doing a pretty good job of flinging the dirt up. Got these real aggressive tires, help get as much grip as they can. Definitely don't see these on a late model or a modified.
Oh yeah, definitely not. We also don't see late models, take air.
That would be cool if they added some jumps.
Well, they can do it once.
Yeah,
but
do the Hail Melon.
They can't do it for 7 turns. I love this little layout here because you look at the overhead. It looks like it's even, but, every turn is different.
And it looks like our drone pilot's coming in for another battery change as we are waiting on the field here. Their timing and scoring is getting them lined up. They're going to do a quick pass by the loop here just to make sure everybody's transponders are registering. And you can see here we are literally in the middle of a pine forest, this track. Great layout, but not during pollen season. Can't tell whether the dust is orange or yellow out there.
I think it's all mixed up.
You ready, Joel? Yes, we're ready.
Yeah, make sure you don't leave the windows cracked on your car when you park. A lot of these guys don't even have windows; they just got nets. I guess that's
what is the definition of a window?
Is it the opening or is it the actual material that's in it?
I don't know. I'll say they have windows.
You know, what's a man weigh? Yeah, about 200 pounds.
Once again, cars are rolling, saving everyone from the terrible jokes up here in the booth.
This is going to be a pretty stacked field here. I am counting 9 cars on this grid. We got 4 rows of 2, then we got 1 straggler here in the back. And we're going to go ahead and run down this list. We've got Carson Hill. He's going to be your at the start. Oh, so this is actually, we kind of skipped a division. We're on the youth 1K 570. Let me go over to there on my score sheet and see what we're at.
So this is not the Run What You Brung.
No, this is not. So this is actually one of our youth divisions. So this is ages 12 to 18. And we are off. Carson Hill leading the field to green as they go barreling down the back straightaway. And the field's starting to spread out a little bit. Carson Hill, your leader. Eli Harris in second place. Hudson Wilson in third. Brian Lutz in fourth. But we got a driver around already there coming out of the exit of turn 3.
I think they were able to get it underway, though.
And yeah, it looks like he is back underway, but he lost a few positions. Might have been either Lutz or Wilson. We're going to have to see when they come by the stripe.
Oh, side by side right there on the corner exit.
They're all side by sides, Mikey.
You know,
I had to get that one.
I was waiting for.
I had to. And that's who we're following right now. That looks like, oh, and he spun out again. Need to warm those tires up. And that is the 126 of Carson Hill. So none of that scoring data was accurate that we told you at the start of the race. So your race leader right now, Hudson Wilson. Second place, Brian Lutz. Third place, Eli Harris. Fourth place, Avery Davis. Fifth place, Crosby Michaels. And that looked like Carter Williams getting passed right now by Carson Hill. Carson Hill just charging through the field. It looked like he was about third place when he spun initially. Then he spun again trying to catch up. So he's really on the back foot right now trying to play catch up. Although, fortunately, he's going to have that mid-race courtesy caution that's going to bunch everybody back up. Or competition caution, whatever you want to call it.
That was a good shot there to show the gap between Carson Hill. And then here's our front runners as they make their way through turn 7 in front of our stand.
Oh, might have passed. Got a 3-car battle for the lead right now as they come jumping past the start finish. Down into the starting zone.
Eli Harris taking the wide line through turn 3. Not going to pan out. Oh. Maybe setting up for the next turn, though.
Yeah, he looked like he got a little out of position. Although it looked like second and third kind of checked up because they didn't know if they were going to run right into the back of him or not. So everything kind of falling downhill as they make their way through turn 3, hitting that downhill jump. Lutz looking to the outside, trying to make a run at it. Wilson hugging that inside line. As they come barreling towards our position. Oh, practically rubbing doors. And look at this. Harris is all over the back bumper of Wilson.
Well, that's the thing, Will. Sometimes catching up is the easy part. Getting past, that is a different story.
Look at this as they are getting all the speed coming down the back straightaway into that triple jump section. Harris trying to find room to get around Wilson. Wilson, man, he is racing with his arms out right now. And don't forget about Lutz.
I was about to say, as Wilson puts up the elbows and slows down Harris, opens a door for Brian Lutz, third place on number 538, to sneak up on in there. Still have that competition caution coming up here.
Should be on the next lap. I see the yellow flag in Devin's hand up here at the start-finish line, so it should be not this lap, but the next time by.
You got to think
a little more action heating up for third place. Look at that, Carson Hill already catching all the way back.
Where did he
up.
come from?
I think he ran through the waterfall, man. He took the shortcut. I don't know how he did that.
For sure. He got the golden mushroom or something. It's copyrighted, you can't.
And these guys better watch out. Carson Hill's about to just send it on in here. Look at this. He is playing. Oh, and he's trying to get around Harris there. Looks to the inside. Sticks it up under. Now he's splitting your first and second. So Carson Hill now second place. He ran all the way from the back, now in second place. And look at this, Hill to the inside.
Running the inside, running the outside. Like he's merging through traffic on 285.
And there, let's see if he's going to get the position before they get the competition yellow. He's going to have one more turn to pass him as they go downhill. Carson Hill putting the squeeze on Wilson right now. Look at that, going to the inside. I don't think he's going to be able to make it happen, but he's going to be on the outside on this restart. And look at that, just barely by the skin of his teeth. Hudson Wilson hanging on to that first position, although we're just at the halfway point. Competition yellow is out, going to group these guys back up. And man, Carson Hill driving angry out there. He had 2 spins on that opening lap, having to make all this ground back up, but now he's in a position he's probably wanting to be in right now, and that's going to be outside pole on this restart as we're waiting for the rest of our field to make their way around.
You know, it's hard to make the call while you're racing, but you got to think maybe Harris and Wilson should have worked together to run away from Hill. But now Hill's going to be in a perfect opportunity, perfect spot here.
And that was Davis, Williams, and Michaels all crossing the line there. That was your 5th, 6th, and 7th. We got 8th place. Tillman Ewing crossing the line, and then Raleigh May in 9th place. That's going to be your 9-car field. So with that, they are going to get these guys grouped back up.
All right, Will, if you were a betting man, trying to work some transponder issues.
Okay. He's still, which number is he? 327. Okay. We'll keep track of that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, there's not much we can do to.
It's fine. We'll have to roll with it this time.
Here we go. Rolling for part 2.
He said, can you refresh your feed or no?
I mean, you can, if you
5 laps down, 5 to go. Settle the winner here. And they are off. All the way down that starting stretch, the triple jump section into turn 2. And we'll get drivers as they come across the line here as scoring updates.
And a little bit of timing and scoring. Trying to make sure we got the right names up here. Got Eli Harris listed twice. He is in the number 327 car. And look at this. Carson Hill.
We're stopping because somebody jumped the line.
Hudson Wilson battling it out, but I'm getting word here from race control that we are about to going to put a stop to this real quick.
We don't have a red flag. Somebody took it.
And they're going to go ahead and get these drivers all slowed down. Looked like we had a jumper at the start, so we got to figure out who that driver was. So they got to get everybody relined back up. And that's going to be the number 27 is going to have to go to the back for jumping the start. Not how you want to start your restart. And that's going to be very punitive. That's going to be about 5 positions lost. So now they're going to have to shuffle everybody back in, and we're going to get this started again. So that last lap didn't count, so a little bit of bonus racing.
See, they'll get them re-gridded now that they've assessed that penalty.
So we're getting word up here that it's going to be a complete restart. So that entire last lap did not count.
Right. It looks like we got to start here.
And that looks like Carson Hill all the way in the front, getting the jump from that inside line. Hudson Wilson now down to second place. He's going to be your driver right there to your inside, trying to make a move on Hill. Hill staying wide. He's going to have more speed coming out of that turn. And look at this, some three wide action coming through turn 4.
This thing is not over.
No, it is not. We got 5 laps to go, too. We're only at the halfway point. We'll be 6 laps down as they come past the stripe, hitting that downhill jumping section. Look at this. Hill all the way to the inside. That's third place. Eli Harris trying to make the move right now. Or no, maybe that is Hill.
We'll get confirmation here as they come across the line.
So that was Hill in third place actually making the move. We were calling that all kinds of wrong. Hudson Wilson, he's in that center seater right there running in second place. Carson Hill was in third most of that lap, made the pass there at the start finish. So now Carson Hill started in third, fell all the way back to last, climbed all the way up to second for that restart. And now he is your race leader with some clean track ahead of him. I only expect to see him put some gap on this field right now. The real battle is going to be here for second place as Hudson Wilson and Eli Harris are battling it out. And these are the guys we were watching duke it out for the lead most of the first half of this race.
Well, regardless of the results, we're going to definitely need to talk to Carson Hill.
Yes, we got to find out what he put in that tank. He found the sauce as he is just extending that lead as they come across the line. Your current running order: Carson Hill, Hudson Wilson, Eli Harris, Bryce Lutz, Avery Davis, and Crosby Michaels. That's going to be first through sixth. And Carson Hill running the fastest lap of the race that last time by with a minute 7.969. As they make their way up the far side of the track, all the way up the back hill. And coming down into turn 4. And yeah, that gap, it was 2 seconds last time at the line. We're going to have to see where it's at next time.
Almost a full turn ahead.
He's just gaining ground right now. He's got nobody in front of him. His biggest enemy is going to be himself, because that's what happened the opening lap.
Oh, and our favorite driver making an appearance, waiting for data.
Yeah, they just hit reset on the scoring thing, trying to get that cleared up. So it should populate next time by. But right now we are watching that battle for second and third place. As the white flag is in hand, so we will be one lap to go this next time by. Still some action for second and third right now.
Race monitor still needing a little help update.
Yeah, that's Carson Hill, Hudson Wilson, and Eli Harris right now.
Those are your top three drivers. Hill, quite the gap has, opened up between first and second, but the battle for second is still heating up on this last lap. Coming down the hill to turn 4. Still plenty of time to make a move.
These guys are about to catch the back end of the field, because we just had 7th, 8th, and 9th come past our position, and right now your leaders are coming into turns 4 and 5. And the battle for second. Let's see if Hudson Wilson can hang on, as Eli Harris is challenging all the way around the outside. No, he's not going to be able to do it. As Carson Hill takes the checkered flag, he's going to be your winner. Let's see how second and third lines up, and that's going to be Hudson Wilson taking second, Eli Harris in third. And man, that was the race to watch right there. Second and third, they were battling out that entire race. They were first and second during the first half.
I hope
at least until Carson Hill caught back up.
I hope he's running a GoPro, because I'd like to watch that footage one day.
I'll plug one of our transmitters in there so we can watch it live while he's doing it.
Definitely can't wait to hear from him. Looking for you, Will. This isn't like Lanier. You don't have to run down all those steps to get to the...
Oh, yeah, thank God. It's about 10 yards right outside my shack right here, so...
Great shot of all the fans here trackside.
And you could see all the dirt that is caked up on that fence. That bar, just that lady for perspective, you can see that's about 4 feet off the ground, and that dirt's halfway up there. So it definitely putting on a show, getting dusty out here. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and run out here and get a word with our winners. We'll be right back. Might need you to read me some names over the intercom since we don't have the scoring data. And that is an excited Carson on top of his ride right now.
He was asking why he needed the water, but I told him to come to the infield and see you. Give me the last question here. I got you.
Can you frame it?
Do a quick interview. The camera's right there, so make sure you look pretty, man. I'm standing here at Carson Hill. Man, that race, what happened there in them opening laps, man? You took this thing for a couple of spin cycles, then you got back in it, man. let's start with the first half of this race. Take us through what happened on that opening lap.
So, whenever I was going to go to the sight lap, I guess I actually pressed my power steering reset instead of my four-wheel drive, and then I didn't have any four-wheel drive, so I spun a couple times, and my power steering went out, but I had to flip some switches, and then it got back and went to go hunting.
I was going to say, how was that? Because we're watching the first half, man. You reeled in that entire field. Almost got back to the lead. How was that feeling, just passing everybody during that first half?
It was so good. It was pretty hard. I had some mud, had to use a lot of tear-offs, and yeah, it was an awesome battle, and yeah.
Now take us through after that restart, man. You looked like you started in third, and it only took you about one lap to get back into the lead. Take us through that. How was that?
So, I was also in two-wheel drive too, because it flipped out of the switch again, and I was just waiting for someone they were battling, and I was waiting for someone to make a mistake so I could go for it. And then I saw something, and I went for it.
Well, man, it was definitely awesome. A great win. Definitely not your first race. How long you been doing this?
This is my second time ever in this car, but this is my fourth year. But yeah, second time ever in the big car.
That's awesome. How long are you gonna stay in this car? You gonna upgrade soon?
Yeah, I want to go to a turbo car soon.
Oh, heck yeah. We'll be excited to see it, man. Hey, congratulations on the win. We're going to go ahead and get a word with second and third real quick. All right, I'm here with Hudson Wilson here. Stand over here a little bit so they can kind of see on the camera. Look at that tire over there is where the camera's at. So second place driver Hudson Wilson. Yeah, wait for all the fans at home. Hard-fought battle there, man. You were running up front for most of the first half of that race. Take us through what happened there during the second half.
I went inside, I got off the gas, and then since I slowed down, he overtook me in the outside.
Well, did you have fun staying in it? I mean, all three of y'all, the top three, were doing pretty close there. Do you think you had a shot there at the end?
Yeah, if there was more laps, I probably would have gotten in front again.
Well, we were having a good time watching it, man. Hey, nothing to be ashamed of. Second place is a great finish. How'd you do in the first race this season?
I did okay. I got third, but.
So it sounds like you're still doing pretty good for points. And today's a double points race from my understanding, so second place is not going to be bad to add to the season tally, man. We'll shake your hand. Congratulations. We'll go ahead and get a word with third place real quick. All right, I'm standing here with third place, Eli Harris. Man, Eli, you were duking it out for the lead there the first half of that race. Take us through that.
It was a fun track. I really liked this track. I was trying to keep up with that little man in this little car. And then he spun out, then I was like, oh, God, yes, I freaking got him now. And then I had to deal with Briley Lux and Hudson Wilson, so I tried to get around them. And this car's freaking perfect, and
So is this your first time out here at Durhamtown?
it's actually my second time racing short course. I've been racing woods for like the past 3 years.
Oh, that's awesome. You think you're going to be back here for the whole season?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was definitely exciting, man. Congratulations. This your first podium?
This is my second podium.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, good job on third place, and I know it's going to help you out for the season points. And, yeah, it's the only race we're doing today, so I won't see you up here again. But are you racing any other classes or just this?
I'm racing the endurance tonight.
Oh, cool. Well, maybe we'll see you back up here, man. Congratulations on third place. Good job. We'll see you on the next one. Back up to you, Mikey.
Thank you, Will. Should have a small little break coming up here, as I've heard they're going to hit the track with some water for the next set of races here. What a great race here from the young kids. Always good to hear them on the mic.
All right, we are back. I'm up here in the booth now with winner of our first race, Jeb Boodle.
Yes, sir. How y'all doing?
He got tired of listening to us call all this stuff wrong, so he's going to come up here and educate us a little bit on some side-by-side racing.
I'm going to try. I'm going to try my best.
So, Jeb, how long you been racing out here?
I've been racing out here. My first race was out here, and this is my home track. I've been here since I was 8 years old. So,
that's awesome.
I've seen this track grow and grow, and I hope to continue to see it grow and grow.
That's awesome. You, I'm assuming you go on the road too. What other tracks you go run at?
Yeah, our main focus this year is the Champ Off-Road Series up in Wisconsin and Michigan and Minnesota and now Missouri and also California. So that's what our main series is and what we've been running for the past 2 years. And so we're going to give it one more shot, I guess.
That's awesome. How many of the local guys here run with you? A lot of guys travel?
Colin Truitt does. He runs up there with us in the pro stock and I think now pro side by side. So yeah, not many people, but definitely see a lot of more racers come from other series like the Outlaw Series out in Oklahoma and Texas and some in Louisiana. A lot more racers coming to our Durhamtown, and it's definitely good to see the classes grow and more racers continue to come and enjoy the Durhamtown.
That's awesome. Now, I'm understanding this class is coming up here. This is one of the fun classes. These are the turbo cars coming up. You tell us a little bit about these cars we got coming on track?
So, Sportsman side-by-side, it's not really much different than pro side-by-side. The UTV, when it comes to powertrain and suspension, they're about the same, but just racer experience. That's what it separates. Your beginners that are first timers or just ain't quite ready to go in the pro class yet. It kind of separates them so they're not all in a huge class. I mean, look how many are out here right now. Imagine they're all in the pro class.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be exciting. I'm counting, about 15 cars we're going to have in this race.
It's definitely a big class. Definitely a big class.
And we've got our rundown. Coming up here. And this class is for ages 12 and up, and was made aware that we do have a 12-year-old running in this class, so keep your eye on the number 180 of Brian Fulcher.
A.K.A. Peanut.
Yeah, we're going to be calling him Peanut up here in the booth. He's going to be starting about the mid-pack, so keep your eye on him. But we're going to go ahead and give you a rundown here on your lineup. You got the number 85, Chase Dutton. He's going to be your pole sitter, going to lead this field to green. The number 008 of Graydon Bloxham, he's going to be your second-place driver. Ryan Smith in the number 248. Michael Neal in the number 47. Jason Phelps in the number 32. John Dobbs in the number 55. That's going to take us through sixth place. Brian Fulcher, he's going to be your youngest driver on the grid, 12 years old. Out here running with all the big guys. It's going to be fun to watch him. He's in seventh. Eighth position is going to be Kylan Lopez. Ninth position, Randy Boyder. 10th position, Jared Schneider. 11th is going to be Raymond Grant. Braylon Tyler is going to be your 12th place driver. Daniel Carroll in 13th. Dakota Collier in 14th. And Braden Eason in 15th is going to round out your field. So our biggest grid of the day so far.
It's going to be a good one, hopefully.
Yes, it is. And they have all made their parade lap across the start-finish line. Time and scoring's got everybody picked up, so expect to see some racing here as we go into the start zone. Pace car off the track, so once they hit the box, it's going to be on the leader, and there he goes. He hits it right as they get the line, and look at that, sending it sky high. That's Graydon Bloxham leading the field right now, and look at this, all getting a little bunched up there in turn two as they make their way up the hill.
Looks like the track crew has done a good job at keeping the dust down. It looks prime conditions out there right now.
And the action is definitely heating up. The track is looking great right now. Look at that great shot.
Going way to the outside.
And Chase Dutton, he's leading the field right now. Not showing up on your time and scoring, but everybody getting a little spaced out now, single file as they come through turn 5, back down the hill. And there's Dutton right there in that white side-by-side all the way out in front. And let's see, as he's first across the stripe. And lap number 1 is in the books. Whoa, look at that, back landing on each other. That was your 8th place driver, Kyle Lopez, practically landing on top of Braylon Tyler.
I've been made aware that a leader it's one of his first races. So, and in qualifying, he was running about the top 3 in times of pro guys. So definitely showing out here for this first time on the track.
I'm assuming it's not his first time racing.
Hey, that's what he said. It's his first time, so he's doing not too bad for a first timer, right?
Yeah, that's what a lot of guys. How many side bets did he take too before he said that? She ain't got much under the hood. And it looks like we got one driver off there over by turn 2 or turn 4, depending on what side of the track you're sitting on.
2 and 3 getting a good battle going.
Yes, they are as they come out of turn 6 back towards our vantage point. Dutton sending that thing flying across the line, although 3rd place, Ryan Smith catching back up. The real action right now is for 2nd and 3rd, so that's Ryan Smith and Braden Bloxham. Bloxham, your 2nd place driver right now, trying to fend off Smith as they come down the back straightaway through turn 2 up the hill here.
Track is super fast right now. It's has a lot of grip in it. Should expect to see some good times.
Here, you'll be able to see the screen there. And you know, I thought, from the way it looked like at the start of this race, I thought Dutton was going to pull out, but he's not getting that much distance between him and 2nd and 3rd. So
could see a 3-way battle here for 1st.
That's what we're hoping we see. At least
Yeah,
the
right.
folks at home, it makes for some good television when that happens.
So far, all the racing has been really good to watch. So looking forward to some more.
And right now, they are making their way up past our vantage point here at the booth. 3 laps in, we're going to get that competition caution. It's going to come out here in 2 laps. And the rest of the field just making the way past our position. You gotta stop talking for a second when everybody's coming by because it's hard to hear yourself. We're used to working up at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've got, everybody's got to run mufflers and there's sound ordinance and stuff. But here, man,
there ain't no mufflers out here.
No, they let them sing, and it sounds great. Yeah,
Looks like the gap between 2 and 3 has opened up a little bit. Looks like that Polaris in 2nd opens it up a little bit on the backstretch, and Ryan Smith likes to run them down a little bit in a tight corner. So we'll see what that continues to play.
Now, is there much of a difference between going inside versus outside, running it wide, keeping speed?
So going on the outside of turns usually creates a better drive out, but you lose a little bit in the middle, the center of the corner. So depending on the track conditions also, if you're going around the inside, there's no grip. Usually that outside lane is the way to go. But right now the track on the inside, it looks like it has some good grip. So they're making that work, and the outside, just depends on when you're battling and everything and how you have to set up for passes. But like I said, track conditions looking really good, so expect to see some fast times and some good battling.
And right now your leaders are starting to space out a little bit. Got a little bit of a gap. I see Devin's got that yellow flag in hand, so we should be getting that competition caution this time by. We got, looks like the 522 of Dakota Collier coming past the start-finish line, so that means the next car by is going to be your leader. And that's going to be Chase Dutton's going to get the yellow flag here, so they're going to get gridded back up. It's going to be your competition yellow. And how do you feel about these competition yellows, Jeff?
Yeah, I like the competition yellow. The leader might not like it so much, but I've always been a big fan of them. It kind of brings the racing back together. You have people swapping back and forth and kind of getting behind, and it kind of brings the racing back together and gives a good show for the fans. So, the leader might not like it so much, but 2nd and 3rd and 4th might like it a lot.
Well, I mean, with these races only being 10 laps, and they get spread out pretty quick, it's definitely good that they do this. Gives us more to watch, makes it more interesting for the fans. I was one of those people back when NASCAR started doing the stage race, and I was hard to adopt that because I was let him race. If Richard Petty wants to get 5 laps out in front of everybody, just let him do it. We don't need the competition, anything. But
a lot of people.
I've come around to it.
Right.
You know, I like watching everybody side by side. I know, depending on the mechanics, the parents, they probably don't like seeing as much side by side racing. But
Right.
The fans, it's definitely entertaining to watch. And from a race directing standpoint, that's when the action's most likely to happen, when you're side by side with somebody when you're making a pass.
There's pros and cons to it, but I've always been a big fan of it. Even like you said with NASCAR, I like the stages when they brought them to NASCAR. But I like to watch. I like them be close together and racing side by side. That's what we're here to do, right?
Yep, and we keep saying side by side a lot here. I'll have to get used to that. Door to door is probably going to be the new term we use. So
Right.
Get people too confused. But man, first half of that one went by quick. Looking at those lap times, minute 4.305. John Dobbs, your fourth place driver, he was the fastest lap of the first half of this race. We're going to see if anybody else can top that. But these guys running about 3 seconds a lap faster than what we've been seeing so far today. So you could definitely see those turbos are making a big difference with the lap times and how fast these guys are able to navigate the track.
These UTVs compared to the NA cars, they make about twice the horsepower. So the weight to power ratio is about the same as almost those Pro 4 trucks up in Wisconsin. So they definitely put down some power and make some good times.
Now, these being off-road, double the power doesn't necessarily mean double the speed, because you still got to stick it to the ground.
True that.
But we saw some of these guys up at Lanier Speedway when we were doing the autocross and time attack last season, and they were absolutely hammering down with street tires.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a couple of them. I know Tommy Clark was up there, Gage Derrick, a couple of the other guys that race out here. They were with us up at Atlanta Motorsports Park and at Lanier, and they were having a hard time keeping these things on 3 wheels, not even full 4. They were pretty much on 3 the entire time, and at some points were getting up on just 2 wheels because of how much grip and how much power these guys have.
Right. A lot of people say power is what makes you faster, all that, but really it comes down to how well your car's set up, suspension, your chassis, just how do you put the power to the ground? You can have 500 horsepower, and if your suspension sucks, you're going to be in the back. You can outrun people with that type of setup with 100 horsepower with great suspension. So it's a lot. People always say, oh, you got a big motor and that's why you run away, but it's a lot to do with setup and how your chassis is built, and that's in any racing, right? So
yeah, and you got to have some light hands too. You got to be gentle on that steering wheel.
Right.
Can't jerk that thing around too much.
Easy on them foot pedals.
Yep. Now these guys are just y'all aren't shifting at all. These are just automatic.
The only side by side that shifts is a Yamaha, a YXZ, and a Honda. But the Can-Am and Polaris, they are belt driven. However, the new Can-Am Maverick R is now sequential paddle shift. So some of them are, some of them aren't. A lot of these out here are CVT belt driven.
Yeah, I would assume it probably doesn't give you much of an advantage if you're having to think about shifting on top of everything else you're doing.
It's a lot going on. We made the switch from Yamaha to Polaris this year, and Yamaha, you have to drive the living snot out of them things to make them go around. But they're definitely fun with shifting gears and making them corner like that. But definitely takes some of the challenge out of it having a belt driven machine for sure.
Well, and I'm also sure that risk of money shifting goes away too.
Definitely, it's almost like dancing in the cockpit because the Yamaha is the only side by side that has 3 pedals. So most of them are sequential. So you still have a gas and brake, but you shift with the paddles. But a Yamaha, you have the choice of having a clutch and a stick. So there's a lot going on in a Yamaha compared to any other machine for sure.
I don't want to think what trying to actually drive a stick while one hand in this thing.
It's a lot.
Yeah, that's got to be crazy, man.
But they are a blast to drive. But
I'll tell you, my left wrist would be about the size of my calf. So
they all got the pros and cons, that's for sure.
And right now, the first of the second half of laps is in the books.
All these side-by-sides are a blast to drive if you can get out here and rip on this GP track.
And these guys are getting to it right now. Dutton, look at that, already got about half a straightaway. I'd say about 5-car length right now.
A comfortable one.
Now he was hitting that start pretty good. Is that right at what y'all would consider acceptable versus jumping?
Well, the leader has the choice on when to go at the cones. So usually that split second that the leader gets to choose, by the time the other one's getting the gas, you usually have a better takeoff than the other ones. But
it looked like he maybe had, you know, a sliver of that front bumper across the start cone when he punched it.
It definitely fires really good. That car is definitely set up good for the starts.
And what kind of speeds are we hitting out here as these guys are going down the back straightaway? A little bit of passing action heating up here.
Got a good pass there.
And
aggressive one.
Yeah, it looked like Jeremiah Johnson getting around Dobbs. And we're going to have to see as they get back to the strap. And right now they're making their way through turns 4 up the hill into turn 5. And it looks like he's able to make that pass stick. We're going to have to see when they get back to the stripe. Now, I noticed some of these guys getting a little top heavy as they're coming on this downhill jump section. Is that, do y'all have control over the weight and the balance of these things, or is?
Yes, sir. So a lot of it is, you know, your sway bar setup, spring package, front, like I said, front sway bar, rear sway bar. A lot of it is the suspension, depending on how much your car rolls over, and also how well your car is built with center gravity. You have a lot of these people out here running taller cages, and they don't look so stable as a lower car in the corner. So a lot of it, like I said earlier, it's not always the big motor that puts you up front. Sometimes it's the suspension and how well your chassis is built. But you definitely see a lot more of that in this second right-hander getting up on the bike, what we like to call it, two-wheeling it. But yeah, you definitely see that more in this right-hander just because of coming off that downhill and all that load putting on that left front of the suspension.
And right now that's Ryan Smith in the number 248 trying to fend off John Dobbs right now.
And a lot of it is what most people don't see is these ruts that form in these corners. You know, you get some gnarly ruts and chatter in these corners that could also catch your wheel and put you up on the bike as well. So also that's another thing these drivers have to be aware about as they go around this track hauling the mail.
And we are watching that battle for second place right now. This is the closest action on track. Ryan Smith fending off John Dobbs right now. Dobbs he's getting the fender up in there in the turns, but he's just not able to close the door on it.
Yeah, Dobbs is on a mission. He's trying.
Well, he's got one lap to close the deal, less than half a lap at this point.
The door's open. He goes to the inside.
Oh, look at this. He
shows
sends
him
it
a
on
wide.
the inside.
Good race going right now.
And they are still door to door coming down the back hill. He's going to be a little out of position. Oh, Smith.
Still side by side.
Getting a little sideways. He's going to lose some speed, and that's going to let Dobbs get around.
That was clean. That was nice.
And just as we're talking about it, he's able to get the job done. But, hey, look at this. Here comes Smith. Oh, he thought about it for a second. With all this, Bloxham's now in the running here, too. He's just off the podium in 4th. Let's see if he can make a move on Smith. Dobbs goes a little wide there, able to keep it under control. Dutton already taking the checkered flag. He's going to be your race winner. John Dobbs going to be your second-place driver. Ryan Smith in 3rd. And Graydon Bloxham in 4th. Graydon almost had a chance to get back in there, man. 2nd and 3rd were duking it out. And that almost left the door wide open for Bloxham.
We had a battle right there for, what was that? 5th and 6th?
That looks like 6th and 7th. That was Jason Phelps and Jeremiah Johnson there racing it to the finish line.
That was good racing all the way around the field.
And these points are important. You know, they only got 6 races to score points, only top 5 count, so every position matters for the season total. And a great shot of the top of my car right there.
I was wondering if you were just landing it on a random person's car.
Now we fly pretty guerrilla when we do these events. It's kind of what you have to do.
Right. I'm sure that's a job to fly that drone with all these trees around.
Hey, Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com. He is one of the best out there. He's been flying for us for a couple seasons up at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and when we got the call to come out here, he was the first guy. I picked the phone up and gave a buzz because I knew he could fly around here. He definitely makes it look easy, but let me tell you,
it's not easy.
No, especially when you get all these trees and he's got his $1,000 drone. He's just balleting through it. So, But we're going to go ahead and get out here. It looks like our winners are pulling around to the start finish. I'm going to steal your mic here for a second, and we're going to go talk to our winners.
Jamie, you ready to center? Yes, sir. Straight to me.
You want to stay in? You get out?
What do you want me to do? I'll get out.
Yeah, you can get out. All right, I'm standing here with your race winner, Chase Dutton. Chase, man, you made that look easy, man. You took off from the start and you didn't look back, man. Take us through that race.
Yeah, it was definitely a wild one. I was definitely super nervous. This was my first GP race in a side-by-side, so super nervous the whole time, but didn't know how far the next person was behind me. But I kept trying to push and had a blast out there.
That's awesome. This definitely ain't your first race. What class did you race in prior to today?
I raced dirt bikes full time, so this is just something we just got into. So we're trying out and hopefully keep doing it.
How's this compared to doing a dirt bike?
It's pretty similar. You want to go to the front, pick good lines, and I just got to learn how to drive the car now.
That's awesome, man. You going to be doing this all season?
Yes, sir. I'm going to plan on doing the rest of this series here at Durhamtown.
Well, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. This your first win out here?
Yes, sir.
That's awesome, man. Hey, congratulations. We got to go get a word with second and third. That's your race winner, folks, Chase Dutton. Let's give him a big round of applause. Kind of hard to see cameras over there on that tire. Just make sure you smile. So I'm standing here with John Dobbs, second place. I know it's kind of like kissing your sister. You'd rather be in first, but take us through that race, man. I know you had a strong runner in front of you. You made that last lap pass, man. What was that feeling getting up there, getting that second place there right at the end?
So the last lap, it just felt like I was good. I mean, honestly, if there were more laps, I felt like it could have been either right behind the first place or gotten first place. So that felt really good.
So anything you did special out here today coming into this race? Because you definitely were fighting up here at the front. You know, what was your strategy out here today?
Normally, on the turns, I wouldn't really be accelerating as much as I could have. But this time, I was pretty much full gas. So,
well, that's awesome, man. It looked good out there. Just want to tell you congratulations. How long you been out here doing this, been racing?
I started last year. I've been here 3 times. So.
Oh, wow. That's not bad for you. So this is your third race?
Third race here. I've raced 5 times total.
Oh, wow. Where you coming from?
Memphis, Tennessee.
So you're going to be out here for the rest of the season, or is this just every now and then?
That's the plan.
That's awesome, man. Well, congratulations on second. We'll go ahead and get a word with third real quick. Good job. We'll see you on the next one. All right, I'm here with Ryan Smith, your third place driver. Ryan, you were up there duking it up front, man. He got you on that last lap. What was going through your head there?
He sure did. I was actually happy to finish. So I was in first or second the last couple of races and blew out a trailing arm, so I was feeling good. I do feel like the car slowed up a bit. The temperatures kept climbing, so tinker with that. But he did get me on the inside there, but I need a little more horsepower.
Yeah, I think everybody does. That's a common thing. So how long you been racing out here at Durhamtown?
This is the second full season, third technically. Yeah, it's the first season in the turbo car. I ran 1 or 2 races last year.
So how does this compare to the NA cars?
It's fun. I like banging gears, so my YXZ and the NA is just as much fun, but this is good too.
Well, that's awesome, man. So is this your first podium?
In this car, in the Sportsman class, yeah. I ran in a limited class or stock class last year.
Well, that's awesome, man. Congratulations on the third place today. Good job. We'll see you on the next one. All right, we'll send it back up to you, Mikey.
Thank you, Will. Good to hear from our winners there on the podium. So we'll get the cars off the track here and a short little break. More action coming up here shortly.
Are you back?
Yep,
Oh, we are back.
We are.
Just in time for the start of Pro Side-by-Side.
Now, reading through my little cheat sheet here for the Pro Side-by-Side, this is ages 12 and up. And I don't think we have any 12-year-olds today in this division.
I think the youngest we got is 18, 19-year-old, I'm pretty sure. So no 12-year-olds, but we still got some young ones out there. And they are off.
And we are underway.
Already got a good battle for the number 1 position, 3-way battle. Nathan Parker looking at the inside. Nathan Parker, I think he's coming to race Champ Off-Road this year. So definitely getting some good lap times and seat times out here and getting ready for the Champ season.
Yep, and I can see that drone getting fired back up. So doing a little bit of a battery change. You know, we're kind of hot swapping on the fly here, so hard to keep them up all the time. But
Ryan Knight and Nathan Parker are swapping positions right now. Putting on a good show.
This shot out right here. Look at these guys getting some air coming downhill.
That's the infamous ski jump right there.
Oh, man.
Oh, that water is...
Oh, we got one car going all the way off. Doing some extracurricular driving out there on the backside of turn 4.
That water can be definitely difficult to manage, especially after just laying down a hard-packed surface. It's almost like ice, so you got to kind of use the cushion to help your way around there. Like I said earlier, using that outside as your advantage.
Now, I noticed they're selectively watering parts of the track. Is there a reason they don't just do the whole thing? Is it just as parts get slippier, and that's how they lay it down?
Mainly dust and safety. You know, a lot of places get dustier than others, and then also we don't want to wet some of them because they're going so fast in these corners that, like, people will run up the track. So mainly safety and just we kind of know where the dust likes to form and where it's the worst.
Now, that's not something you can use to your advantage, like you go wide and kick up a big cloud in front of the guy behind you.
A lot of people do. You get down in the dry and kick up some dust and kind of smoke out the guy behind you.
And
Colin Truitt using that nice little dry line down there trying to make something
I
work.
was gonna say, he went way on the inside.
You got to look for the dry sometimes. That's what it's all about.
And Ryan Knight running the fastest lap of the race that last time by, minute 4.059. These are definitely the quickest times we've seen so far today out on track.
And Colin Truitt using a little tactic we like to use at Champ. Sometimes the water truck doesn't get the whole track. You leave a little dry line on the inside and just trying to get in there and use that to your advantage.
And you can see that water out there, a little bit of a retention pond all the way on the far side. What happens if you go a little wide coming out of turn 2? That can't be good.
You better get your fishing rod because you'll be
So
out there with the fishies.
Bring your scuba tank. And right now, laps are starting to come in. We are on lap 3. This is a 10-lap contest. There will be a competition yellow at the halfway point. And right now, we're following just behind third place. That's Colin Truitt right now. And he's been taking that inside every single time. I guess there's something there he knows about that the rest of the field doesn't.
He's trying to make something work.
But right now, that gap, we'll see.
They got a rollover in the right-hander at the bottom of the ski jump. Turn 6.
Yep, and there is a car upside down in the backside of turn 6. Safety crews are checking on him. Going to be a local yellow. So the yellow flag is out.
Safety crew getting to him. And that's the 41 of Lee Knowles.
And a tough break for him.
Those rollovers can be scary, but luckily with these racing UTVs, we put some heavy-duty roll cages on them, and we have 5-point harness, helmet, neck restraints, all the good stuff to keep us as safe as possible.
I just got to say, y'all are way too casual with rollovers here. You see, we're coming from on-road racing, and anytime somebody's upside down on asphalt, that's usually you stop the whole thing. Everybody's freaking out, and you got to make sure the guy's okay. And
yeah, rollovers are kind of a everyday thing around here.
See, at the go-kart track, when this happens, the guys just get thrown out.
Right, you don't even wear seatbelts, right?
Well, you don't want to either.
Right, you don't want to be trapped in that car once it starts rolling because you ain't got no roll cage around you.
So there's no bars or anything on it, so it's kind of like being on a motorcycle. You just want to be away from it
right.
if it's going. But it looks like driver is out and okay. Safety crews are working to get this car righted back on all four. Now, when this happens, they just flip them over, drive back to the pits. Is that these things pretty robust?
If you get lucky, sometimes you can roll over and keep going.
Oh, have you seen that in a race before?
I've done it multiple times. I rolled over 2 times in a race and still won.
That's some Forza stuff right there. That's video game action.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, as long as
team effort getting him back up on all fours.
As long as the axles ain't broken, no A-arms are bent, crank her up and she runs, and he'll keep going.
Make sure oil's on the right side of the turbo.
Right.
See, if I did that with my refrigerator, I wouldn't fire it back up right after flipping it. You know, I gotta let that oil and that compressor settle out a little bit. But
safety crew doing a good job getting them rolled back over.
And great response here from the crew at Durhamtown. It's always fun to get to go travel to other racetracks and see the shows, see how things run. You know, one of the
everything's a little bit different.
Yep,
but a little bit the same.
And one of the best things in general about racing is just the community and the people and everybody involved, and everybody's here because they love doing it. And,
right.
You know, seeing the safety guys out there hustling, having a good time, making sure everybody stays safe. And
look like we're gonna have an instant replay.
Yeah, we got this on replay right here. Oh, check that out, Mikey. $5 says you won't go lay underneath them. let them jump you.
Put the camera.
You don't know how badly I need $5.
Did we catch it here on the tail end? Oh yeah, you see him sliding just up over the berm.
Well, this is at the race start.
This is the first lap.
First lap, yeah. I scrubbed and looked. We didn't get the rollover, just the end of it.
Ariel Barski getting a little sideways in the slick. That water can be difficult to manage once it's laid down on that hard packed surface. Gets a little frisky sometimes.
I wish we had a replay when the guy lost that tire on that first lap of the first race. That was fun.
Unfortunately, that was when we were resetting the computer when we had the issues. So
you can see right there the difference between being in front and being second, especially when you just water the track.
Just the dirt. That's probably a good feeling when you get to park it in victory lane. You can still read the numbers on the side.
That's less for you to have to wash after the race.
And that's a dynamic I never even thought about. You know, when we're covering kart racing up at AMP, problem is just reading the numbers because those things are so small and they're so fast to try to figure out who's who. And I guess here, it's a matter of figuring out who's who before the number gets covered up.
Right. Kind of knowing what their car looks like without the number. But another thing that us drivers use, especially for these wetter races, we have tear-offs. So I don't know if you ever seen any dirt racing before, but we put a certain amount of these plastic shields on our visor, and an average for me is about 20, and we'll go through them, especially on a wetter track. You know, we'll go through 20 tear-offs because of all the roost we get off these tires and off the mud. So if you don't have them and you get roosted the first lap, you have a long race ahead of you. Trying to manage, have your visor up, and then you're getting roosted in the eyes. Had that happen a couple times before, pulling all the tear-offs off at one time, and then you're kind of screwed for the rest of the race.
Because is there rules about how many you can do, or is it just a matter of just personal preference?
That's personal preference. There's no rules on that.
I'm assuming you put a ton of them on there, and
it
starts getting hard to see.
Right. Yeah, you don't really want to put more than. I've seen people put 40 on there, but it definitely doesn't help with visibility. But it's better than not seeing nothing.
You ever go to grab one and actually just rip them all off?
I've done that a couple times.
That's got to be a move.
And then the rest of the race isn't too pleasant.
I was gonna say your non-dominant hand's probably sitting there squeezing you the whole time. That'd be a shame to do that and have to shift at the same time.
Yeah, we had a bad race, a very wet race at Antigo, Wisconsin last year. It was like, I think, round 3 or 4 at Champ, and it downpoured right before we went out. And the whole day it didn't call for any rain, but it was just that one shower that came and just downpour before our race. And I wasn't expecting it, so I only had like 20 tear-offs on. If I'd have known that was going to happen, I'd have had like 40 on. However, I only had 20, and I went through 20 in like the first 2 laps. It didn't last long. So the rest of the race, it was just nasty, and it was awful. But we managed and still pulled out a top 5. But it was definitely not fun to run a race like that. But everyone has to deal with the same thing when it comes down to it. So just who can do it better.
You're fortunate I am here because I am a natural rain repellent. I don't know what it is. Good weather always follows me around when we come broadcast.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. You need to come back more often.
Every now and then we'll get caught up, but it seems like the past couple of years we've had real good luck with the weather, at least up in Dawsonville and the other places we've been to. But
the weather's really nice out here.
I was looking at the forecast last week when we were out here doing the site visit, and I saw that it was showing that there was going to be a little bit of rain, but thank God a couple days went by and it looks like it pushed out till tomorrow. So
sunny and 80 out there.
I know, that's great. Well, how is this for what you would consider an ideal day for races? This about it?
Yeah, you want to be
maybe a couple degrees.
You want to be a little bit windy, especially for out here, because the dust can get pretty bad. So if, a little bit of wind is good, which is I'm not sure if it's really windy out there. I'm inside right now, so I can't really tell if it's that windy. But
it's breezy in here, but that's the air conditioning running. So
you want about in the 60s, 70s. You don't want to be too hot because then you start having motor issues, running hot, and all that good stuff. And like with us, with our belts, they can get hot too and not last throughout the race. So you want a little bit of windy, a little cool, but not too cold, not too hot.
Do they do better in extreme colds versus extreme heat?
Not really. They suck either way. It's who can manage it the best.
I know up at the kart track, what they'll do is they'll put tape across the radiators on the 2 strokes.
Right.
And then they got to rip them to get heat off as the race starts. And
looks like we're off again.
And we are underway. And I don't even think we hit the halfway with that rollover.
I'm not sure.
I'm only seeing 4 laps scored, so I'm not sure if they're going to count that as the competition caution or if we're going to. Oh, so they're just all right. I'm getting confirmation. We're just going to run 6 till the end. So that was our competition caution. So the ladies up here in the scoring tower are doing a great job keeping things on time and keeping the program rolling. I know that's a hard task to do sometimes, especially when the racers start getting rowdy out there. And right now, speaking of rowdy, look at that.
The field's battling it out.
I know, a cloud of dust coming out of turn 5. As they going down the Alpine chute there. Oh, we got
one spun around looking backwards. Looks like he has a steering issue, probably a tie rod.
Yeah, something went.
Got a good battle for 2 and 3. That looks like Dominic DeAngelos.
They're getting some crazy air coming over this start-finish line, man. They're practically having to start the turn before they even get in the air because by the time they land, they're halfway through turn 1 there. And as they come barreling down the back straightaway, what kind of speeds you think they're hitting back there on the straights?
And these turbo UTVs, we're probably, I'd say, 80, 85.
And is that, I'm assuming that's cooking out on dirt?
That's pretty fast for how light these machines are. The highest really on a racetrack I've ever gone up to is probably 95, and that's at Crandon, Wisconsin. But that's definitely pretty fast for these tiny machines.
You're doing that splitting trees. What's going through your head doing those kinds of speeds, man?
Nothing can.
Just catch the guy in front of me.
Just being first.
Yeah,
trying to get to the front.
Leave the guy behind me.
Oh, another one going around.
Another one off.
Looks like Ariel Barski.
Man, turn 5 is just eating everybody up today.
She took down the turn 6 sign. That turn 6 looks like it's really hard to manage this race. Once if they throw some water down on the track, it can get that way.
And look at that, practically clearing it to the second jump there. These guys are really airing it out coming down the back straightaway. And Ryan Knight is your current race leader. This is the pro side-by-side division. So.
Just got word that Colin Truitt pulled off, so that's the one down.
And this is going to be a battle of attrition here. We've already lost, I think that's 3 cars now we've lost. And I'm only seeing 8 on the scoring screen right now.
Race is not always about who can go the fastest, but who can survive.
I know, the Enduro's not until later, too. That's
Ryan Knight putting on a dominant performance. He's had that side by side for around a year. He's, I think, one or two. Oh, he's stopping. Looks like he might have blown a belt.
Oh no!
Nathan Parker gets the lead. That's unfortunate. That's the announcer's curse. I'm sorry, Ryan Knight, if you go back and watch this.
That is your race leader, and he just turned the fastest lap of the race, too. Might have been a little too fast.
My apologies to Ryan Knight. That's unfortunate for him. He's putting on a good show.
And that is
really
a
dominant
tough
performance.
break, but Nathan Parker, he's going to take the charity as he's going to now go up into first place. So your battle for the lead is going to be between Nathan Parker and Jeff Stroud as they're making their way up the backside of the track here on the uphill section. And we're down to about half the field, man. This has been the hardest race so far.
Yeah, these turbo UTVs can definitely they make a lot of power, but can also cause a lot of problems at the same time, especially in this heat out here. I mean, it's 80, 85. You know, the water temps get hotter, the belt temps get hotter, everything just gets hotter, and just who can survive and battle in nutrition.
And right now, looks like your first place driver's got a little bit of a comfortable lead. He's got about
half a straightaway.
About half to 3/4 of that straightaway between him and Jeff Stroud. So right now, these guys just trying to make it to the end. I mean, for what we've seen so far, anything could happen. So don't count anyone out.
That's for sure. We've seen it already.
But Nathan Parker's just got to keep that car together and hang on. He'll get himself a first place finish. And probably not what he was expecting to see with Ryan Knight so dominant here at the start of this race. And right now, Devin's got that white flag out, so we will be 1 to go. As Nathan Parker crosses the start-finish line, takes the white flag. And looks like we got another driver off. That's the number 22.
That was second place.
And that was
Hank Hall moves into second now.
And that was Jeff Stroud falling off. And as I count, I'm only seeing that 2 or 3 cars now on track.
3.
Was this a demolition derby or a side-by-side race, man? They probably getting tapped out here. And a real battle of attrition with this one as we're following your race leader, Nathan Parker.
He just needs to be about 50% throttle and just easy
to
finish.
Yeah, don't even push it. I'm not sure if he even knows because there's only 3 cars on track. And he has got a football field or more behind him to second place.
Still throwing that car around in the corner. He don't care. He's going for it all. And he takes it.
And well, your 3 cars remaining on track are going to be your 3 top finishers. That's going to be your podium.
To finish first, you must first finish.
That's right. Hank Hill there locking in second place. And Ariel Bayarski. Did I say that right?
You did say that right.
Nice. I'm terrible with saying names for the first time. But Ariel will take third place, so congratulations to our top 3 drivers. The only 3 to finish the race. Although you wouldn't have known it from the start. I mean, we had about 9 cars there starting this thing.
Right.
And the track, man, it gobbled them up here on this pro side-by-side division.
Well, it's like I'm going to step out the booth. I thank y'all for having me. And
yeah, appreciate having you up here, Boodle, man. It's been great working with you and your old man.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully we get to do this again sometime soon. And, yeah, good luck on the next one.
Hope to see y'all back.
All right, now that the real talent's out of the booth, it's back to me and you, Mikey.
Yeah, there's going to be a noticeable dip in quality on the on-air coverage here.
And we're going to go take a step down here to Victory Lane, get a word with our winners.
Winners or survivors? I don't mean that.
Wasn't that our theme this season? Was Survivor? Where's your?
I left my Hawaiian shirt at home. As Will make his way out there to Victory Lane.
All right, I'm standing out here with your race winner, Nathan Parker. Nathan, that's a real battle of attrition out there, man. Lost about half the field. Leader went down. What's going through your head there?
I tried to get Ryan off the start. I tried to bat him a little bit, but he was able to have a little bit better lines, and he just kind of pulled away. And I knew it was going to be a long race. 10 laps is rough on this track. It's rough on the cars, rough on equipment. So I just wanted to keep the car together, and I was planning on just waiting until a competition caution, but something happened to his car, and we were able to move up to the lead before then. And then from there, we just wanted to run a clean race and keep it together.
Now, them last couple laps, you were pretty much it because everybody else had fallen off. Did you change anything? Because you looked like you were still getting out there, getting after it, man. We were up there in the booth saying, just get her to the finish line, man, and you got this. Like, did you know when you were going there last few laps?
I knew I had a pretty comfortable lead. I had my spotter talking to me the whole time, but I was just wanting to try as many lines as I could for this next race in the open turbo class and just get ready for that race, find as many fast lines as I could.
So you about to hop in another car and get back out here?
Same car.
Oh, dang. How much time you got till we start this one?
Well, that's the class right there lining up, so not very long.
Oh, so you just got to get in and pull up on the next field. Oh, heck yeah, man. Hey, well, congratulations on the podium on this one. We'll get a word with second place, and good luck in the next race, man. Well, I'm standing over here with your second place finisher, Hank Hall, man. Battle of attrition, that one. What was going through your head during that race?
Just keeping it on the track. There was no traction coming into the start finish, so I just had to keep it on four wheels and push on.
Now, is this your final race today? You hopping in the next one, or?
I'm hopping in the open class right after this, so.
So you got anything you gonna do different? Any strategy changes going into this final race?
Well, the track's going to be drier, so I can push it a little harder, but I still got to keep the car in one piece.
Well, good luck to you, man. Congratulations on second place. And, yeah, we'll let you get in line. We're going to go talk with third place, man. Good job. All right, and I'm standing here now with third place Ariel Byarski. Am I saying that right? Ah, sweet. Third place, did you think you were going to – this is the battle of attrition out here. That was wild. What was going through your head when you saw everybody falling off? Were you hanging on, just drive it to the finish? Take us through what was going through your head.
Well, I had a rough start to the race. I wasn't able to keep it on the track here at the bottom of this last turn. So going through my head, I was like, okay, you know what, Ariel, just drive with your head, keep it on the track. Other people are going to make mistakes, and that's what happened. Here we are.
Well, it was definitely an exciting race to watch. How long you been racing out here?
So I started woods racing, actually. That's when I started racing side-by-side. I started in 2021. So this is my third full year out on the track, though. It's definitely a learning experience, and we're really excited for this 2025 season.
Well, that's awesome. Are you hopping in the open class too? It seems like everybody's just driving into the next one. Are you doing that, or was this it for you for today?
I'm actually going to hop into the women's class. We have my new 2025 champ car for that season, so we're going to take it out in the women's class, and we're going to test it out, make sure she works. It's her first weekend seeing dirt, so.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, good luck in that race, and congratulations on third place today. So good job, and we'll send it back up to you, Mikey.
Thank you, Will. We'll see. Safety crew still working on putting some water down on the track, recovering those side-by-sides we lost. A lot of cars off track from that last race.
All right, we are back up here in the booth, and I've got a new co-announcer with me. I've got Trip Clark up here. We watched him earlier today. Tough day for you, Trip, man. Stuck in second gear for that entire race, man. I could hear it banging off that rev limiter as you were coming around the track, man. What did you just find? I heard you just found out last night. Did it mess up during qualifying?
So during practice yesterday, it just sheared off the transmission, I guess, when I landed on a jump, and then I was just stuck in second. I can't shift it anymore.
Oh, man. Now, is that something you learned from your dad? Because last time I saw him racing, I think he did the same thing with his. That was over at Lanier. I think he cracked the front crankcase right off that thing.
I mean, my mom calls me Junior, so I guess I'm living up to that now.
First time in the booth?
Yeah, it is.
What do you think? Good view? Or you'd rather be in the driver's seat?
I'd rather be in the driver's seat and hopefully winning.
So are you going to be running up in turbo class here anytime soon?
Got no idea. Right now I'm just an NA buggy, so we're going to see what happens with it.
Now, you came out and ran with us a few times up at Lanier and doing the autocross series. How was it transitioning from doing dirt to asphalt in these things?
So actually, doing autocross has really helped me with my precision driving with this track. Like, it's crazy on how much I've improved since I did autocross with it. And I've tightened everything up on this track so far because of it. Like, it actually transfers really well. Now, you are a little more loose on dirt than you are on asphalt, but it definitely helps with shifting and when to pitch the car in and everything.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of guys do autocross, is it helps with that low-speed maneuvering and just generally your hand control. And speaking of control, we are back underway. Chase Dutton leading the field through that first set of jumps, and he is off like a rocket. This is the open turbo class. No rules, run what you brung, as long as it weighs 1,850 pounds. Tech Man's going to be happy with it. So, and look at this great shot from up in the sky. Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com, our drone pilot here today. And look at this, Chase Dutton in a heated battle with Nathan Parker. Look at this, they keep trading blows inside, outside. Parker right now with the advantage, but he's going to be on the outside coming up here into turn number 5. And look at that, he takes a line that shoves Dutton all the way to the outside. And that's going to open up some space, give him some breathing room. But I don't think Dutton's going to sit happy with that as they are making their way around turn number 6 and back up towards our vantage point here in the booth. And Nathan Parker will be scored as the leader for the first lap of this. I guess what we're calling this the Outlaws, because last one was Pro. So yeah, the open side-by-side division. And he's going to lead the field there through turn 2 up the hill. And I love how these turns are going up and down. You kind of got some off-camber, on-camber action. You're flat at the bottom. You're a little banked up at the top. How is it from the driver's perspective going through here? I'm assuming you got to love it.
I love every single time I get out here. This has been my home track since I was 2, and I can't tell you a better track to race on.
My opinion is any track you get to race at. But there are tops and middles and favorites and not favorites, but I think just getting to be in the seat is what most guys want. And right now, Nathan Parker, your leader, he's got about a 7-8 car length over Chase Dutton right now. And then behind him is Hank Hall. We just saw Hall and Parker both in the Pro division. And they just stayed in the cars and rolled them right on grid for the open division. So not a lot of time for those cars to cool down. And I'm curious if that's going to play to the favor for Chase Dutton, because he got to race off. So he got to get some heat out of that machine before the start of this one. But right now, this is your closest battle on track. That's Hank Hall and John Dobbs going at it.
Sometimes you want some heat into the car so that way it doesn't get too low and the engine's still warm, or the engine is still warm.
And uh-oh, as Dobbs getting real wide there. As your leaders are starting to open up a little bit, almost a 3-second gap now from your leader, Nathan Parker, back to Chase Dutton. And Dobbs getting a little squirrely there on that last time by, so he's fallen back a little bit from third place, Hank Hall. I know Hank will be happy to take the advantage, but we're not at the halfway point, so we are going to be grouping this field back up with that competition yellow. It's going to be in just under 1.5 laps. As you see your leader there on the bottom side of your screen, still putting up time right now. He ran the fastest lap of the race the last time. Let's see if he can do a little bit better this time. As he comes down the Alpine jump there into turn number 6. And comes past our position here in the booth. Didn't best his previous time, but still in the lead and still put another half second onto his gap. So that lead now up to 3.642 seconds. So Nathan Parker kind of running away with it right now, but Devin's got that yellow flag in hand, so we're about to bunch him back up next time by. And we're watching the battle for third right now. This is John Dobbs and Hank Hall. Dobbs looking to the inside, trying to make the move on Hall, and he gets around him, but he's going to be on the outside here coming down the hill into turn 4. Let's see if he's going to be able to get around and shut the door. As Hall tried his best, but not able to hit him with the crossover, and that's going to put Dobbs into third, Hall back now into fourth. And let's see, here goes Hall to the inside. He thought about it for a second as they come racing down the hill, and oh, we got a car around going for the spin cycle. Oh, Dobbs almost gets loose trying to avoid him. I think Hall had to check up because he had nowhere to go as they both cross the line. As we enter in that mid-race pause, as we're going to group everybody back up, and we're going to start this one again. And there goes Keaton Smith, your last car on track to cross the halfway point. And Tripp, how do you feel about the competition caution? Is it something you like, something you don't like?
Me personally, I love it. I mean, I always try and shoot for the gap whenever I'm in like second or third place. I always try and shoot for it. It definitely changes the race every single time. Like, it might have the leaders open up a gap, but last place can just find that hole and they could overtake everyone. And then
now, if you were in the lead, would you still like it?
If I'm in the lead, yeah, because then I'm in clean air right away and I'm not getting blasted with dirt.
So now I had a question because we were discussing strategy. Like, is there any strategy in like kind of taking it easy for those first few laps to just kind of give it your all on the second half of the competition caution, or are you just kind of running hard the whole time?
So for me, I'm running hard all the time. Unless something's wrong with the car, and I just try to make it through. There we go. But there's not really a strategy other than just sticking to your line and not trying to bump into people. You definitely don't want to mess up your car or anyone else's car. I will say you want to try to preserve your car as much as you can for that second half of the race, so that way you can just open up and hopefully get a jump on them.
Well, we are back here at the second half of the race as we are underway.
Nathan Parker still your leader. Great shot here.
You got a copy over there. You got a copy.
Getting blown out by the intercom system here. But some great camera work from the indomitable Collins Rigdon out there. She drew the short straw today. She got stuck in the cowboy cam position, but she's an absolute trooper, putting in work, getting all the shots. And we got that looks like Dobbs
It did.
That was your second place driver, John Dobbs.
Yep, it was.
And he is off track, not trying to get back on, so he might be having a mechanical, and that's going to allow Hank Hall to get into second place. Now remember, Dobbs was in the last race, so not a lot of time for that car to cool off or break, you know, before jumping into this one. So
It was hard to see. We didn't have the drone up. It almost looked like he just pulled off, but he could have spun.
Based off the tire tracks on this second right-hander, it looks like he just pulled off. There might be an axle or something broken based off the ski slope jump.
And they're making their way up to the back side of the track, just out of our camera view. And you catch them jumping back down the hill. And there we go. Drone's back up in the sky. Almost feels like we're naked when we don't have that drone. Such awesome shots. Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com. Big shout out to him. If you're ever up at the tail of the dragon, definitely visit his website. Give him your business. Give him your love. We love having him out here. Get some great shots. And if you want shots like this of your car, give him a buzz. He's up there, tail of the dragon. I know a lot of the guys in this crowd like to head up there. We're about into riding season, so.
Daryl's really just he just loves anything with wheels.
Yes.
Anything that goes vroom. Speaking of going vroom,
I told him he could take his Macan out here on track once we get done. Everybody's kind of doing a double take, pulling that Porsche in here this morning, coming down the trail to get to the setup here at the track.
he may drive a Porsche, but Daryl is not too proud to sling around in some dirt.
He drives it like I wish every Porsche driver would drive their cars.
He drives it like Porsche intended the drivers to drive it. But a lot of gaps in this race. It was a tight restart after that competition caution, but
yeah, Nathan Parker's kind of running away with it right now. Hank Hall, who's the driver we're following in second. That's Bruce Davidson, just passed under your screen in third.
yeah, after Dobbs pulled off, it's the gaps have kind of opened up.
And this up high shot to give you a good perspective of the gap right now between your field. You just saw on the low side of your screen, that was your race leader, Nathan Parker. And this race quickly coming to a close here. We're on lap 8. It's a 10-lap contest, so white flag is in hand. Devin about to give that thing a wave next time Nathan Parker comes past the start-finish as he goes down the hill, coming into turn 6. Back up into the final turn across our perspective here.
White flag is out. We'll go one more time.
There goes Hank Hall, Bruce Davidson. That's your 1, 2, and 3. And look at that. Nathan Parker already on the back straightaway. His second and third cross the start finish. So he has got this one. I don't want to say he's got it in the bag, but he has got to get it to the finish line. He's got a 5.5 second gap right now. So it's pretty much his race to lose. But as we saw that last race, attrition, you know, these turbo cars, they like to throw things like belts and tie rods. And, you know, these guys drive these things real hard. And, you know, like we see in the kid cards at AMP, you know, they just run it hard every time. I don't think they know how to.
Oh, yeah. And he's not going to be happy until he sees that checkered flag.
And so right now they, for one final time over the ski jump, Nathan Parker sliding it through turn 6. He's only got one more turn to navigate, and he will lock this one in the bag. Doing it with a little bit of style, coming across the start-finish line, giving the flagman a high five pretty much as he comes across. And there's your 1, 2, 3, Nathan Parker, Hank Hall, and Bruce Davidson.
It's always a classic move to hit the splash zone celebration.
Yes.
Get everyone in the crowd a little extra dusty. Some real troopers hanging out on the fence there.
And I'm going to leave it to you and Clark here for a second. I got to go run back to the car for a second, and we will get a quick word with our winners here momentarily.
right. So it's Clark, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Tell him to flip the switch on that mic in there.
Oh, let's see which mic.
Grab the one I was using.
Oh, there you go. Let's see. Well, they get those cars here on Victory Lane to get the interview. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell all the viewers at home how long you've been racing out here.
I've been racing since I was 7.
Here, hold the mic up a little bit too. There you go.
I've been racing since I was 7. I've done a bunch of.
Hey, you probably want to mute me.
Whoa. There we go. All right, sorry about that. Little technical difficulties. All right, so you said racing since 7. Go ahead.
Sir, I definitely couldn't have done it without like all my sponsors and family members. Like I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for PSN. They got me a steering rack in just a week, so that way I could put it in and get it in my car.
And what class do you currently run?
Pro NA.
Okay. And so the only, I guess, that is kind of the top of the classes as far as NA goes. Is there any dream about moving up to turbo and, you know, getting a little faster car, or you kind of happy where you are right now?
So right now, what I'm gonna end up doing is stay in my Yamaha, stay in the NA class, and once I push the car that I have right now to its limits, hopefully I move over to either Can-Am or Polaris, so that way I can go turbo.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad move to kind of max out what you got. You see it a lot in kart racing, especially. Drivers they'll do like 2 races in a kart and decide they need the faster kart already, and they haven't really mastered what they're in. And I think always the best drivers come from a lower class once they've really, figured out their car. Not to say that you're in a lower class, obviously, the Pro NA. When is the next race? I mean, I guess you have plans to be out here for the next round of races. Should be coming up next month? Memorial Day weekend. All right. Oh, and that's Will trying to talk. So I think Will got our interviews here. So, Will.
Yeah, that was me telling you to unmute me.
I see.
That was me causing all that static. I was walking back to the car for a second.
Well, let's see. Will should have our first place driver.
Yeah, I got Nathan Parker over here. Hey, man, back to back. You drove it to victory lane in the last one. You got in line, did it again, man. Take us through that.
Yeah, this race I just wanted to get a good jump. I started second. I wanted to get a good jump and try to make my way to the front fast. And luckily I was able to do that and pretty much just keep my head down and have a good smooth race and bring it home to the finish line.
Was there anybody you were worried out there during that race?
I try not to worry about anybody. I just want to go out there and run my own race and run my lines, and I don't want to get in my head or nothing like that. But yeah, car did good. I had the Can-Am X3 rolling out there. I mean, it was just flawless. I haven't had no issues all week. I mean, this just held together perfectly. 2 races, hard as I could go, and no issues.
Well, congratulations, man. Awesome job. Dominant performance here today. I guess that's it for you for today because we got the women's and the kids up next, so I don't think you're going to be jumping into either of those. But you going to be out here next month or next time we got the races?
Absolutely. I'm going to come back and try to run the rest of the series. But for now, I'm going to go help my cousin in the youth class.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations on the double wins today. And we're going to go get a word with second place here. Well, we got Hank Hall here. Second place, last one, second place, man. How tough break was that? What's going through your head during that race, man? Are you just trying to hang on to it? Get it to victory lane?
Yeah, just keeping the car together, running my own pace. He pulled away so far. I was like, I'm just gonna run my own race.
Well, did you try anything different that time, or keep it about the same?
Well, the track dried out a little bit, and I was still running the lines from last race, so it kind of messed me up. But in the end, it worked out.
Well, congratulations on getting 2 second-place victories. I know it's going to be good. You're going to be back out here next month?
Of course.
That's awesome, man. Well, congratulations. Good job. And we're going to get a word with third place real quick. let's stand right here in front so we can see you.
Get full view of the skinny car.
Yeah. Hey, I hadn't seen this thing since. Was this one the same one you had at Lanier? Was it? Is it?
In June to race with y'all again.
Oh heck yeah.
Yeah.
Are you doing the? We're doing the grassroots series down there at Lanier. You coming for
I'm
that?
in Kentucky, so 10 hours out.
Oh dang.
And in the middle of that June, there's a break between short course races, so I'm gonna put slicks on it and come race with y'all again.
Well, that's awesome, man. Well, congratulations on third place here today, man. What was your strategy out there?
Well, when I started pretty far back, my strategy was just to hang with the guys, but then we started catching and passing, and then it was just dig, dig, dig. My spotter was giving me good lines to try to catch number 2, but number 2 wasn't giving me any opportunities.
Well, it was definitely awesome. Some good action. Everybody up front today, clean racing.
Yeah.
I guess that was it for today, but when's the next one you're coming to?
I'm coming to the next one here, but in 2 weeks I'm racing in Lucas Oil out in Wheatland, Missouri.
Oh, that's awesome, man. We'll definitely look out for you, and congratulations on the podium here today.
Thank you.
Good job, and yeah, we'll see you, man, and we'll send it back up to you, Mikey. And we're going to do some battery changes here, Mikey, so you're going to have to keep these people at home entertained. Might need to do just one camera at a time, so that way we don't lose lose all our feeds.
Well, Will Rigdon back in the booth here
Yes.
for the women's race.
That's the one I've been waiting for.
Now, while you were gone, real quick, we were talking about, it'd be cool if like there was like a sim racing thing, like iRacing, that came out here and scanned this track and did like side by sides.
No, that would be cool. But the first thing they would do if iRacing scanned this track is they would probably go do, LMP2 cars out here or something ridiculous.
I mean, that's the fun of putting it in the video game world. You can do whatever you want on it.
And we are underway here as the women's side-by-side division. We got Briley Lutz she scored as your leader right now. Jenny Schneider in second, Dana Regis in third, Terry Michael in fourth, Ariel Byarski in fifth, and Hadley Wilson in sixth. And we've already seen Ariel out here today. She had that third place win in the Pro Turbo class.
So we're getting word that's not Hadley Wilson in the 926. So transponder might be a little wrong. We'll get.
Oh, we have a spin out.
And we already got someone around as our drone is now up in the air. Let's see if we can see who that is. You didn't catch who that was, Trip.
No, but it might be the person in third place right now, based off the doors.
Let's see, as they are getting after it. Yep, Briley Lutz in first. Ariel Byarski in second right now. And they are 1-2 going at it down the back straightaway. That's the battle we're following on camera right now. And Byarski trying to find a gap right now as she looks to the outside.
Oh, as we lost the drone for a second. Oh, it's back.
Now he's back. That could be those transmitters getting hot. They were the ones outside were piping hot when I just did the battery change.
Hot and dusty.
That's why I had to steal your fan, Mikey.
I wasn't using it. That's all right.
Looks like she was able to get around it, find that gap.
Terry Michael actually sneaking up here. She was kind of out of the picture, and now looking to take second place from Ariel.
And no, I think Ariel got around. I believe that's Lutz right now.
Oh, I think you're right.
So Lutz could be having some issues right now as Michael is gaining. Terry trying to make the move right now. She's going slightly tighter line through turn 2 as they come down the back straightaway. Well, I guess turn 1 on the sheet. I keep calling this like a road course. And right now we're watching the battle for second place. Briley Lutz and Terry Michael currently duking it out. Michael looking to the inside as they go over the jump. Oh, they're touching wheels. A little contact made there as Terry trying to drive that thing first around the outside, then on the inside. Can't make it stick.
I don't think
she's
not done.
No, she is not.
And she finds that hole.
And there it is.
She got some soft dirt, and that thing gripped and went. And she is now,
Oh!
whoa, end over end. And she caught a rut there. Wow.
We'll see.
And Briley Lutz
Yellow flag is out here.
went for the spin cycle on that one. Wow, safety crew's got to go out there and make sure she's all right.
We'll have that on a replay. Yeah, we're going to wait and make sure everything's good.
Yeah, safety crews, it looked like she's all right. He went over there, checked on her, and then immediately went and got the toe strap, so.
And that's the thing about these side-by-sides. They're, big roll cage on wheels. So, I won't say they're meant to do flips, but more so than other.
We have seen more rollovers here today than I have seen in like 4 seasons covering kart racing. These things are wild. And, oh, yeah, she's definitely not going to be able to continue with that very sad-looking front tire.
Has kind of a stance going on.
I guess when they made contact on the first right-hander, they might have messed up that front left A-arm.
That's possible, yeah. Didn't realize until she came up and made that right-hander. We'll go ahead and I'll play that on the instant replay.
Yeah, I saw that back on the screen. And you can see here as she was coming in, she had made a clean pass, had just a little bit too much oomph in that turn, got up on two wheels and end over end. That thing almost looked like a 410 sprint car going for a ride there.
She almost stuck the landing too.
It looks like her bottom A-arm folded inwards.
Mm. How old did you say? Man, she's in high school.
Looks like the bottom A-arm ball joint might have came loose and just let go.
And that is a terrible break.
Hopefully
Tough way to end your race.
That's a cool story to tell at school, though.
Yeah, and she'll have the instant replay to show them, too.
As you see the carts stopped up here as they're getting her right way going. She's not going to be able to drive that back, so they're going to have to tow her.
That bottom A-arm looks fine, but I guess that bolt might have came loose on the ball bearing and it just let go.
Well, it's rolling. They'll get her in a safe location and see about restarting these. See what
Later, it started the fourth.
lap we were on. Only lap 2 or 3.
Just be caution, so how many did he get?
So, yeah, they were only halfway through that lap. So, I'm assuming Terry, Jenny, and Harley are going to either get their laps back. I'm not sure how they're going to do this one. But that's why I don't run timing and scoring.
That is the fun part about being an announcer, Will. You don't really have
to sit up here and hypothesize. Although we were doing a race the other day, it was great. Well, you were there at the kart track. We had the race director in here, and we were literally arguing with him.
I still think we should do Facebook polls for penalties. Like, if there's a racing incident, we should put a Facebook poll up and then have everyone vote.
Yeah, and you do like, who do you want to see lead at the restart?
I think it was like Formula One a long time ago had like an idea of doing like a fan vote to give like a certain driver like a 5-second extra boost or something like that. So we need to implement something like that.
That would be fun.
Although every track has like a popular driver, so it'll probably going to be the same person every weekend.
All right, and our fan favorite, do.
Yeah, basically
every single time. Actually, who is in the dirt world? Because you probably know more about this than I do, Trip. Who is the Max Verstappen of dirt racing? Like,
For this track, I would definitely say it's probably Jed Boodle. All the kids love him. Like, everyone seems to go around Jed Boodle asking for help if anyone needs it.
And he didn't hesitate to hop up here in the booth and talk with us either.
He's definitely all over the place. I mean, he does champ racing and everything. What sucks, though, is that he had one of his cars yesterday that ended up blowing up a motor, which sucks.
It happens.
And it looks like we are getting ready to go here with another restart.
And green flag, there they go.
And Ariel Byarski is going to get that position back and be your new race leader after that very unfortunate flip by Briley Lutz. So she is going to fall off to the bottom here. No, she's currently getting scored second, but as they hit the stripe and this next lap gets scored.
I don't know if you saw, Will, in the background there was some like motocross going on. Just the whole facility here. There's so many.
Well, I know y'all came in early, so it wasn't quite as active. But when you leave, you'll see all the stuff going on. This place is pretty wild. What were you saying?
This facility is definitely amazing. Like,
You said how many years? You said how many years have you been coming here?
I've been coming here since I was 2.
Okay.
This is my home track.
And how old are you now?
I'm 16.
Okay, so that's a long time.
Yeah.
Pretty sure you were born here, right?
14. I was born in Georgia this year.
Oh, no, I would say born at the track.
Oh.
That's what you tell people.
I mean, definitely keep coming up here when I was younger because my dad wanted to come and run his new side-by-side that he bought. Always have him take me for a ride, but now that I'm a driver, I can't ride passenger.
Yeah, no, it's once you get in that front seat, man, it's there's no going back. And speaking of not going back, Ariel Byarski getting off to a pretty dominant lead here on this restart. And I think they're going to let this one go to the end.
Great shot down that stretch, the triple jump.
We need to get y'all a rental vehicle so that way y'all can go see the trails.
Yeah, we definitely do need to do some exploring.
I love the trails out here, and they're part of this track. They're going to have an endurance race, and then most of it's going to be in trails. It's a 12-mile long loop.
Oh, wow.
I was going to ask if you knew anything about the endurance race coming up. So it's not just on this track. It's kind of like a whole.
So half of it's going to be on this track, and then it's going to go into the trail system for 2 hours, and it's going to be a 12-mile long loop.
Oh, wow.
So it's as many laps as you can put in 2 hours.
Now, I would love to figure out how to stream that. We'd have to have drones and repeaters. And
Yeah, we need about $50,000. Well, that's what we need.
So if you'd like to sponsor side-by-side racing here at Durhamtown,
any rich benefactors who just have got to see the endurance race. I do love that little pond right there.
and we do have some sponsors we will give a shout out after this race. But right now, Ariel Byarski is your race leader, running the fastest lap of the race that last time by, minute 6.319.
Yeah, she has stretched her gap out. To, I don't even know what the gap.
Looks like 6 seconds.
About.
Well,
my phone is telling me 15, but that can't be right. We'll have to see the next.
6 seconds is the time difference that she's running. She's running 6 seconds faster
per lap.
Per lap. So she might be in a different county right now.
Yeah, she's going to have that thing on the trailer before second place gets across the line.
You're going to be out there doing interviews. There will be cars passing you.
And there goes.
So here's a good shot. We can see the gap. There she is up there in turn 3, coming down. Still don't see second place. This is where it'd be nice if I had the Jeopardy music.
She's going to start passing cars here in a second.
I was going to say second place might be she might be coming up on her.
That was third that just went by, 45-second gap. So second place, 21 seconds. Third place, 45 seconds. That's your gap right now.
7 laps complete. This will be completing lap number 8. I do see the white flag in hand, though. So this will be our last time around. We'll see if she can catch anyone.
Looks like she's coming up on this green Polaris right now.
She is absolutely hammered down right now. Like she's...
Let's set in qualifying times.
Yeah.
Just out here on a Saturday drive.
She's out there having a good time. And second place just crossed the start finish there.
If this race would have gone like 2 more laps, I think she would have lapped the field. And there she goes. One more time up here through turn 5. She could probably coast neutral Well, I don't know. You really probably can't with all the hills.
She could probably coast and push it.
True, yeah, she could get out and push it to the start finish. But Ariel Boyarsky is your winner.
And there she goes across the start finish line to take the win. This is the women's naturally aspirated division.
And it is open class in this division in terms of rules. Requirements, age 12 and up, and be a woman. All right.
So that means you could go. No.
Okay.
That was a softball. I said, when we racing, Mikey?
I am confident these girls will kick my butt.
Yeah, they would definitely kick mine.
Enough seat time, though. I'm sure we can get y'all out here in amateur NA.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Yeah, I'd be down for some seat time.
Hopefully, we get a new rear clip on my red buggy, and we can get y'all out here.
Oh, heck yeah.
Playing around.
So if you can hear me and you've got a cart big enough for a couple of 300-pound thick boys up here. See, that's our problem at the go-kart track is we're too big for the seats, so they're always offering us rides, but no one's got a seat that'll fit us.
On the downhill, we're pretty fast.
Yes.
It's just on the uphill.
It's a pendulum.
It all balances it out. So there we go.
Who was that driver? I thought that was Lutz.
We did too, but it was Terry Michael. Yeah.
So I'm catching word that was actually not Terry Lutz that flipped. Briley Lutz. I'm getting all my names mixed up. It was Terry Michael. So, and she's the one that was down there, had to get the toe off. So,
and she was running pretty good. She was battling up there. Unfortunate end to her race. As Will's going to step out here and see if he can grab our winners.
It's definitely fun watching these girls go at it. I'm happy that they brought it in here.
It's actually a pretty big girl field. Sometimes you go to racetracks and they'll do like a girl field and it'll be like 2 girls. This is actually kind of like a decent-sized field, which is so cool to see.
What I love is they let them get out there and run it. It's not like other female sports where they change the rules and dumb it down a little bit. These girls are out here, same tools as the guys out here, trading blows, having a good time.
We got Will making his way down. Talk with our winner, Ariel.
Yes, I am, and I'm actually down here now with our race winner, Ariel Boyarsky. Hey, I just talked to you. You did it. Congratulations. You ran this thing to victory lane. What was the keys here?
Thank you. So this is a brand new car. I just went out there. I was like, all right, my dad just spent his past 2 weeks putting this thing together. You better not wreck it. He's going to kill me. But no, I just went out there, level head, finished the race, hit my mark, stay consistent. We did it.
That's awesome. Is this the same car you were in earlier, or is this different?
This is not. So actually my team and I are going up to Champ Off-Road for the 2025 season. So this is my Champ Legal car. The car I raced over here earlier, it's basically the same car. There's just some modifications to this one.
Yeah, you look like you were flying in this thing. That was awesome to watch. Congratulations on the win. Is anybody out there you want to thank? Any parents, friends, family, sponsors?
Biggest thanks to my mom and dad. They give everything they have for me to be able to race. I want to thank Tim from 911 Fab, Scotty Lawrence from Rival Motorsports, CT Raceworks, CA Tech, Gary Hinkle from G-Force Racing and Suspension. I also want to thank Hoosier Tire Mid-Atlantic, Raceline Wheels, Summit, Blaster, and I want to shout out to my grandpa. It is his birthday today, or yesterday, but happy birthday.
Well, that's awesome. Congratulations on the win. Good job, and hopefully we'll see you out next time we're here.
For sure. Thank you.
That's awesome. Well, that's your race winner, Ariel Boyarsky. We're going to go see if we can catch a word with second place here. You Miss Briley? I'm over here, second place, Miss Briley Lutz. Well, first off, congratulations on second place. How'd you get it done?
I just kept keeping the skinny pedal down and just trying my hardest out there.
Hey, that's the best any one of us could do out there. And during that race, did your strategy change at all? I know we had that scary rollover there at the start. Did that change how you took the rest of the race?
Not really. I mean, the water on the track was a little bit slick, but other than that, I just stayed the same.
Well, that's awesome. Well, how long you been racing out here?
I've been racing out here since I was about 8. So.
Well, it sounds like you got some seat time out here. I'm assuming you're going to keep racing. We're going to see you at the next one?
Yes.
Well, that's awesome. Well, congratulations on second place. Good job. Yeah, we'll see you on the next one. Step up here, so camera's kind of hard to see. It's off. Actually, let's go over here. All right. All right. And we are down here at third place, Harley Woodall. Harley, that was a hard-fought race. That was a long one, too. A little bit of a scary crash there in the beginning. Just take us through that race from your perspective.
This is actually only my second race. Oh, wow. Yeah, so it was a little nerve-wracking.
I was going to say, you seem like you're doing all right. Cool as a cucumber up here.
My husband has really worked with me a lot.
Oh, that's awesome. So I guess you raced last month, and then this was your second one?
I haven't raced since October.
Oh, wow. So this is your first one of the year. Yeah. Well, great way to start the season, getting the podium. So you're going to be out here next race?
Yeah, we plan to be back.
That's awesome. You're going to run the whole season?
Yeah, we plan to.
That's awesome. Well, good job. Congratulations on the podium. And anybody you want to thank, any sponsors, friends, family?
We got a couple sponsors. We got E2 Diesel and Presswood Cattle.
Well, that's awesome. Well, congratulations on the win, or on the third place, and we'll see you on the next one. Back up to you, Mikey.
Thank you, Will. That was great to hear from our ladies in Victory Lane. I think coming up next is... Oh,
I believe we are now on to the kids divisions.
Kids. Okay, kids stock.
Think of the kids, man.
Ages 6 through 12. Minimum weight of 650 pounds.
Those are some big kids. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm running short on my stand-up routine here. Yeah, it looks like 6 to 12. What was that? Minimum weight of 650. Factory stock up to 200 cc. And any safety modifications.
Ages 6 to 12. I don't even know if I knew how to ride a bike, Will. These kids are
out here pedaling
up to 200 cc.
Yeah, that's more than a scooter.
That's a little more than a scooter, Will. You are right.
You'd have to have a license plate if you took that thing on public roads. Look at all these cars getting out on track here, all these little side-by-sides. These things are so stinking cute, Mikey. Look at this. I'm already sold. I got to get my kid one of these, Mikey.
Get him a 200 and you'll be able to run them.
You're saying how much?
Well, so there's a 200 cc one. These are the 170s. But
playing some bumper car there.
Not sure what that number is, but that red and gray one is 200.
Okay.
Seems to be the more popular one so far that everyone keeps switching to.
Now, they still run the full track layout, correct?
Correct.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Now, they are running a reduced lap count, so I believe they run 6 laps instead of the full 10, and they'll still do a competition caution after lap 3.
That is probably for the best.
Let's say competition, caution, juice break.
Animal crackers in a juice box.
I mean, why doesn't NASCAR do that?
Yeah. When did we decide that we were done with nap time? Why does that have to go away when you get older?
Yeah, I know.
I got to bring that back.
I wish they still had nap time in high school.
That's what I'm saying. Kids don't need naps. They're not doing anything.
They just need an extra class that you just go in for an hour and you can just take a nap.
See, Get them crossing the line here. I guess checking transponders.
Yeah, that's something I know at the go-kart track. They are always, the last thing you remember to do when you're getting your kid's car set up is throw the transponder on the charger. I like how they're doing it one side at a time.
That's smart, yeah. I do like the little spotting area they got there in the middle of the track.
The parents' corral. I think they got to stay in there or else their kid gets DQ'd.
Well, I also think, it's like literally the spotter corral, though. Like, I feel like when I was watching the pro, there was people there that, I guess they all have headsets still.
Yeah, no, they're talking to the kids.
I will say, you probably want somewhere up higher so that way you can see the whole track.
Yeah, we're live, Facebook, YouTube.
Jamie, is 153 Hudson Knight?
That is correct, yes. 153 is Hudson Knight.
And they are getting everybody lined up right now. Getting the grid squared away. They did qualifying last night, so we've already got the grid figured out. It's just a matter of getting everybody in the right order. And with these obviously being some of the youngest drivers out here, it's a little bit more like herding cats sometimes, getting these guys in order. But folks here at Durhamtown doing a great job keeping things organized, keeping the show moving, keeping everything. Yeah, they make it look pretty easy. And I know firsthand it's not to run these things. And that's coming from an asphalt perspective, let alone you get everything dirty, dusty.
Yeah, we don't even have to water the track, so.
Yeah.
Jamie, who is in that 306? Henry Michaels. Henry Michaels.
They're just doing some last minute checking here, getting everyone situated.
I'm waiting for turn one on this one. It's going to be a wild one.
Turn one or turn two?
On the map, turn 2 on the map.
Because turn 2 is the action turn. Turn 1 is technically behind the start.
My favorite part about the kids race is that anywhere is a battle. When I was running a 170, every single turn was a battle. You would have to keep your line and make sure you are not giving up any space.
It's hilarious at the car track because we do pre-finals and then we'll do the pre-finals just set the grid for the final race, and the kids will be on the front row, so you're guaranteed a starting front row, and they will still be battling each other the entire 12 or 10 laps, even though they're both guaranteed to start on the front row.
It'll be multi-class. They won't even be in the same race, and they're still battling. Yeah.
That's not even in the same card as them. Yeah, anyone around them is an opponent,
and that's what we love about kids racing.
Oh, Daryl found an inspirational quote.
Somewhere at this track, there is a little kid that wants to be just like you someday. We all owe it to them to be the best that we can be, Mikey.
I couldn't have said it better, Will.
Well, I got a little man at home. He'd be absolutely cheesing his head off right now if he was out here watching some of this.
These are essentially mini monster trucks.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I wonder if they get these guys out to race during Monster Jam. I know they'll do, some. They do some, racing events during those Monster Jam weekends.
Ages 6 to 12. Will, I don't want to scare you. That's not that far from now, with your kid.
He's gonna be 3 in September.
That's not trying to make you feel old or anything.
I felt old before I even had the kid. I think turning 30 is what did that.
I think they're still having some transponder issues, so you'll have to bear with our podcasting for a little longer, but we promise there's going to be cars Side-by-sides. Door-to-door action coming up here with the little kids.
Your mom said you're doing a great job. And then she said to drink some water because you sound a little dry mouth, Trip.
I'm just having troubles with the eyes right now.
Oh, this thing's loaded. What's she putting here? This is some liquid IV. This tastes good.
Yes, sir. I believe it's Bomb Pop.
Now, what are we looking at here? Is this part of the endurance trail?
So I believe this is either the trails or this is the motocross track. So that's what you see coming on the back straight. That's the motocross track racer, or I guess trail riders and racers that come and run that motocross track. And
That's right, because when we saw them coming down that straight, in the background you saw the motocross people like hitting a jump coming the
I
other way.
almost thought they were on the same track for a second.
sometimes people try and cross over at that spot, but we've made it to where you can't.
Y'all put the side-by-sides out there at all, or is that just for bikes?
Just for bikes. I don't believe the side-by-sides can fit and do the jumps that motocross can.
Yeah, I'd imagine some of those parts are pretty tight.
Now there is another track for side-by-sides. It's called the Turbo Track. Those are for the faster and more modified vehicles because it's a 80 mile an hour and up track.
You said 80 and up?
Yes, sir.
Holy cow. That's cooking.
That's a little rich for my blood.
Yeah, especially off-road. That's some Colin Mockery stuff right there.
Looks like we're going to get these kids underway finally.
That would be good to petition them if they built like a little rally course here.
All right, and the starter is off. First place is already in it. Look at this. We got second place got caught sleeping. He's getting passed by the entire field. Look at that. He's having a hard time getting on power as we are underway.
Bumper-to-bumper traffic. Looks like rush hour.
I know. Just call this the connector.
This is actually a little more civil.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because my wife isn't out there driving.
Looks like we got Fletcher making his way up the field pretty fast.
Yeah, Fletcher doing a good job. He was wasn't he the young one that was out there earlier in the big cars?
No, sir. I don't believe. I believe this is the younger brother.
Oh, okay. Same last name.
I mean, he's cutting through this traffic like it's butter.
Yeah, we've got 12 cars being scored on track right now. And right now, following up with your leaders. And once they get to the start-finish line, we'll let you know who they are.
He's coming up on first place right now.
Big difference we see in these smaller ones is, less power. I think the inside is a little more
hey, they're still getting some
efficient.
air. Look at that. And right now, your race leader, Lincoln Phelps, followed by Tristan Fulcher, Hunter Gibson, Caroline Claire Ewing, and Hudson Knight right now. That's your top 5.
Tristan Fulcher seems to be gaining on the leader pretty quick.
Yeah, Fulcher's pretty much reeled in the leader. He, I should say. That is a he, right?
Yes, sir.
He started a little further back and just reeled in about half that field already on the opening lap.
So, yesterday, I don't believe he qualified.
Oh, that would make sense.
Or, actually, they don't do qualifying. They do it based on points, right?
Oh, so there wasn't even qualifying for this. They lined up by points. So pretty much how everybody finished for race 1, and if you didn't run race 1, it's probably random draw to the back from there.
I believe last race they were having car troubles with it. They're still having a little bit of car troubles with it starting.
Well, they got it going, and it's going.
And here they come around the final turn back towards our vantage point up here in the shack. And look at this, side by side at the line. Phelps still hang on to that lead, but Fulcher's going to get him coming into turn 1. And no, that's Phelps still in the lead.
Hanging on for a little bit.
Hey, that number 16 didn't come across the start-finish line. He cut through the pit road.
We might get some
And
side-by-side
they are
action.
Still going at it door to door as they go through turn number 3. All the way at the highest point on track right now.
Brian just passed him on the outside.
You said Fulcher got him on the outside?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to leave him down. He shouldn't have done that.
Looks like they're going back and forth.
Yeah, they are trading spots.
Well, I think they're just, one staying on the inside, the other one staying on the outside line.
That's the cool thing about this track with the way the turns switch back. You might have your favorite line on one turn, but then it doesn't set you up for the next turn.
And it looks like Devin's got that yellow flag out, so we are going to be getting the competition caution this next time by. And what do you think? Without a full track of traffic in front of them, do you think Fulcher's going to try and go for it on the restart here?
Hopefully. We're going to see what happens with this. I think Fulcher might get it on the restart.
And we got one car pulling off here. I don't know if they're just stopping really far ahead, kind of like a UPS driver. You see those guys at a red light and they got about 30 yards between them and the line?
You can fit a whole other UPS truck in between.
Number 16 actually cut through the infield, so I believe he has to be last.
Yeah, he's probably having some mechanical. That's Carter Williams. Unless he's just waiting to get in position.
Yeah, he cut through the infield, so he has to be last for the restart.
So a little bit of a penalty here. See, this is what I'm talking about, Will. This is where we put the Facebook poll.
Should he start in the back or should he go right up to the front? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we have a competition caution. We can have a competition poll.
Number 32, Lincoln Phillips in first right now.
Was able to hold on. Tristan Fulcher chased him down.
And Phelps is one of our sponsors here, so big shout out to them.
There's Hunter Gibson.
Get a closer look at all these small little buggies that they're running.
It's going to show Carter Williams in third, but he's really not. It just has to cycle through.
This guy's got the lights on his.
He's got the drip. He's swagged out. I see some of them running some fun lights. Some of them look like they had like cop lights on there. Which I guess if you're off-road, doesn't really matter. You can do it.
Well, so the ones that you have lights on the back, those are the endurance racers for the kids.
Ah.
Because you want to have those running lights. That way when it gets dark, they can see you. Because you don't have brake lights on these things, really.
This is so cool. It's like the start of a Baja race when you see all these guys side by side.
Well, we've been watching a lot of youth racing over the years. Though they're taking turn 2, but really it's the first action turn, surprisingly well.
Yes.
It looks like Tristan Fletcher got past Lincoln Phillips on the restart.
And yeah, whoever that is up front, they're off to an early lead.
Yeah, that is him.
And here I was thinking Darrell was struggling to keep up with them with that drone, and he just passed half the field. Whoa, getting a little squirrely there. And that is the number 1000 T of Tristan Fulcher. How about that for a number? I didn't even think we went to 4 digits.
It's one of my favorite things when you go to like local tracks and you see everyone's number. It's always the one guy that has like a crazy long number. 1000 is a little egregious, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, because that just leads into things like the 8008. You know?
Yeah.
The 8008S. You know? There we go, yeah. Hammer that joke home, Will. And right now, it looks like Fulcher right now. We're looking.
Fulcher opened up a little bit of a gap. You can see him going up there into turn 3. And then Lincoln Phelps now in danger of Ewing reeling him in. But as the laps wane down, we'll see.
I wonder if Lincoln has some car problems.
And right now, the number 6 car of Caroline Claire Ewing trying to reel in Phelps. This is your closest battle on track right now. We're watching. This is the battle for second place as they go over the Alpine jump, heading down into turn number 4.
I think he made a good point, though, because he was sticking with him those first 3 laps, and it seems like his car is down on power or something. Not able to catch up.
And the white flag is out, so 1 more lap to go. And right now, that gap is almost 3.5 seconds from first place back to second, although gap of only about 1 second from second to third. And we just had a spinner out here at turn 6. Several cars, close call getting around. No contact was made, so that's what you like to see. And I believe that was Braxton Schneider that came around.
Riding on board here with Tristan Fulcher, first place.
Great shot here, coming up the hill.
Almost in the trunk.
He's trying to save it. Whoa, had a rut there.
Hit a
that thing got a
pebble.
little squirrely. That pulled that cart all the way to the outside.
Definitely want to watch out for the ruts with these little cars.
I was about to say, yeah, the little cars definitely affected by the aftermath of the big cars.
And with checkered flag in hand, Tristan Fulcher is going to take the win.
Lincoln Phelps hangs on for second. And then Caroline Claire Ewing is going to round out your top 3. That's your podium.
Assuming they pass tech. Although they seem pretty cool here. Not quite like doing full teardowns at AMP.
Yeah.
That's really only if you get protests if your motor will tear it down.
Do y'all do claim rules here or anything like that?
By claim rules, what do you mean?
Like some guy wins too many weeks in a row, you claim his motor?
No, so that's really if like they take a huge gap on you at the start when it's a NA race and like you have your motor all spec'd out like as much as you can. They just take off on you. That's really when you want to protest them.
And some very happy fans down there with Tristan Fulcher. They are all circled around that car giving him high fives.
Are they going to send the kids up here for interviews? Or
Let's find out, hopefully. The kids always give the best interviews. I don't know what the over-under is on the one-word responses today.
The classic...
Take us through that race. Yes.
Yes. Did you have fun? Yes.
Who would you like to thank? My dad, but not my mom?
Yeah.
We have heard it all.
All right, David, you ready?
And so, what is our next class? Is going to be...
Looks like, so that was Kids Stock. Looks like we're going to have Kids Limited up
Well,
next.
That says Kids Limited.
Oh, well then maybe it's going to be Kids Open.
Yeah, so kids stock is next.
Okay.
This was kids limited.
All right, well, I'm going to steal that mic from you. We're going to go down there.
So now, did you ever start in any of these cars?
None like this. I've started in a stock 170 that you just buy, and then I went and ran.
Okay.
I wasn't really went and got all modified like this. We started to, but then I outgrew the car.
And we've got a very happy Caroline up on top of her car right now. You want to get out or you want to do it in the car? All right, well, we're down here with our race winner, Tristan Fulcher. Tristan, pretty dominant performance, man. Take us through that race.
Man, I don't even know what happened the whole time. I was just like beating him. I was just in front. So all I did was just go around.
You just drove fast.
And pick a line. That's my word for y'all. Just pick a line and use it the whole time.
Now, it was pretty close there during the first half, but after that restart, man, you didn't look back. Did you change anything up there during the restart?
Oh, no, I just got more confident.
Hey, that's how you do it, man. Well, congratulations on the win. Is this your first win this season?
Yeah.
Awesome. Y'all going to be back out here for the next one?
Yes, sir.
Well, good job. Who's this? Is this your dad right here?
Yeah.
Is there anybody else you want to thank? Any shout-out sponsors? Motor Builder?
I want to thank all my sponsors, God, Jesus, Dad, Mom, and all the people that got me out here. So, yeah.
That's awesome, man. Well, congratulations. We're going to go get a word with second place. Good job. We'll see you at the next one. How's it going? Lincoln? Hey, man, second place. Not bad. Take us through that race.
It was fun, yeah, really fun.
Is this how long you been driving out here?
We've been here since last race. I mean, not last race. Last year.
Okay, so this is the start of your second season. Is this how many times you been on the podium?
I don't really know.
So you've been here before. It's not your first time up here. Well, second place, man, not a bad place. You had about 12 cars on the grid, so you did better than most of them. Anybody you want to thank? Got any sponsors, family? Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
First, I just want to thank God for letting us come out here and have fun, and I want to thank my dad for making this car fast and working on it, and my mom for just all she does, and I want to thank my dad again for talking to me in the headset. It was good, so.
Well, that's awesome, man. Well, pretty good performance, man. Congratulations on second place, and we'll see you at the next one. Good job. All right, we're over here with third place, Caroline Ewing. I saw you on the lid of this car when I was coming out here. You're very excited. Is this your first time up on the podium?
No.
How many times you been up here?
A pretty good bit.
Well, that's awesome. I'm assuming this ain't your first rodeo, first season out here, no? How long you been racing?
For 4 years.
Oh, that's awesome. So, how much longer do you got in the little buggies? When are you gonna make the jump?
Probably a year. I don't know.
You ready? You look like you're ready to go fast. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank all my family. I want to thank Top Box, Papa Po Racing, MRT Tires, Freedom Race Lift, and yeah, that's really it.
Well, awesome job today. Congratulations on third place, and we'll see you out at the next one. Thank you. All right, back up to you, Mikey.
All right, thank you, Will. Always great to hear from the kids. So now coming up next, more kids. That was limited. Now we have kids stock.
And it looks like we are about to get rolling again here. And, the action's been hot and fast here today, Mike. You just want to give a quick shout-out to our sponsors. We got Boodle Motorsports, Residential Grading and Septic, Duo Greaves Motorsports, Floor Decor Design Showroom in St. Simons Island, Classic Coach Works, Renovation Sales Service and Storage, Lake County Glass and Mirror, Helix Grading and Utility, Polaris of Gainesville, Freedom Race Lifts, and Phelps Racing. And Phelps doing more than just sponsoring. He's cleaning up here today. He was the winner of that last one. And we are underway here in the youth stock division.
We got one lagging behind here.
The scoring sheet is showing the number 44 of Bowen Tydal as your leader. But we're going to have to see as they hit the stripe. And, yeah, it looks like we only got 3 staying on the pace here up at the front. But that's all you need to have some fun. As look at this. They're getting a little close there. He's pushing them real in. He's forcing that third-place driver to take the bumpy route there on the inside.
With these little cars, these hills look a lot bigger.
Yes, they do. They the scale change here. I'm just happy they can make them up the hill.
Oh, yeah, no. They seem to have plenty of power.
And right now, first place is starting to take a little bit of a lead here.
So if that driver is not in points, they shouldn't get to start in the points position.
And so right now, really, first place is kind of walking away. Third place, look at this, getting the run down the hill.
Move on the outside, completes the pass before the turn. It's going to dive on into the inside, defend the position, and gone.
And that is the number 306 of Henry Michael that was getting passed. So we'll need to see at the stripe who. So that's Harlan Gibson is your leader right now. And that was Bowen Tyndall
making the pass on Henry Michael.
And that's your top 3 right now. This is going to be a 6-lap contest. And we are going to get that competition yellow here at the halfway point. And great shot here at the back side of the track. Daryl Cannon, Killboy.com. Putting in work today.
He is. He's going to need a hug, I think.
I think a group hug. I think he's going to need to feel the warm embrace of the entire production team.
He might jump in that pond right there.
I want to see him take his Macan through that. If he wants to prove himself as the most hardcore Porsche owner, you won't do it, Daryl. I think he's cussing because normally he has a radio. He can talk back to us at the booth, but
this is a lot of one-way chatter. He can't defend himself.
Yeah, we get to just be passive-aggressive here, and he can't say anything.
He should be transponder 52.
Great shot here behind the 44. That's Bowen. Ripping through these turns. You see they get like stuck in those ruts that were left by the big cars.
Yeah. You just imagine putting your like 6-year-old out here.
Well, that would mean I would have a 6-year-old, Will. Which
I would hope you don't.
I hope I don't. 777. Now that's a good 3-digit number.
Yes. Yeah, that would fly in Vegas.
Is there 2 drivers in? Is there 2 people in there?
I'm looking like there's a passenger in there.
I don't know.
Is this tandem racing? Is this the like they do at the short tracks where the passenger gets the brakes and the driver gets the gas and the steering wheel? And does that give him an advantage for the extra weight for the traction, or would that be considered a penalty?
Well, I guess it's just in the minimum weight, right? As long as it's the minimum weight.
Yeah. And this is just bone stock, so I think as long as they, maybe that is for the weight, so they can hit weight.
Yeah, but I mean, you add another kid in here. I guess what's it going to add? Like another 60 pounds or something?
Yeah, better than putting 60 pounds of lead in there, especially in an off-road car.
Sure, you might as well have some fun with it.
I mean, it's like at the go-kart track. You know, they'll fling that lead out. And we should see the competition yellow coming out next time by, as we're following Harlan Gibson as they make their way through turns 5, coming down the hill, hitting the alpine jump into turn number 6.
So on the 3rd lap, so should be
So
competition caution next lap or next time
on
by.
the next one.
As field is kind of spaced out, so nice time to practice, hit your marks, get some seat time.
And that's your leader all the way off screen there, going down the backside of the track. And you can hear 3rd place, Henry Michael, really hammering on that rev limiter. I know in the pits that's something the dad doesn't want to hear. There's going to be more work later tonight. And a good shot there of the gap from, I believe that's 1st to 2nd, and then there's 3rd just coming on your screen. And you can see, I mean, it looks like it's not the biggest of gaps, but
well, I think this is
they're slowing down for the competition.
Yeah, but I think this is 1st place coming up on a lap car.
Yes, and I don't see a 22 on my screen.
Mystery driver.
Hey, Everett, the 22 car needs to make another lap. The 7-7 is your leader.
So that's Sebastian Ariaza.
7-7 is your leader, Everett, if you can catch him and stop him.
There's a call I've heard before on the radio. If you can stop them, if you can catch them. That's what you love about kids racing.
You kind of need like rodeo clowns to kind of like all come out and corral them back.
It's like herding cats sometimes. That's what makes it fun. These guys are learning. You got to start them somewhere. And yeah, it's like that time they didn't throw the flag at AMP and we had, a 17-lap.
They would have ran till they ran out of fuel.
10-lap feature.
Became an endurance race.
That was the first and only kids endurance race I think I've covered, but that was awesome.
We got 3 of the side-by-sides behind the pace car, waiting on our 4th one. I see someone on a dirt bike going out to chase him.
I think they're going to recover. He's just getting some free track time. Hey, seat time's hard to come by, man. You got to get it where you can.
I mean, technically speaking, he had now gotten passed, so he's on the lead lap.
Yeah, he's getting his lucky dog. Oh wow, he's only 4. The rules say 6. Who signed off on that? No, that's awesome. Yeah, and hats off to any parent out there that gets their kids started in motorsports this young. You guys are saints. That is what is single-handedly going to save this sport in this industry, is getting your kids involved, getting them started. because, you know, as we see, a lot of tracks are shutting down and not what we want to see happening. And you got to keep racers. You got to keep the next generation coming. And, you know, my favorite people are anybody that put their kids out there on a racetrack.
And y'all can't tell me that weight hurts these cars. Look at a man in the front that's got a passenger.
Just like me, I'll be putting my kid up in the announcer's booth.
You're not going to throw him in a car?
I've tried to. See if I can sweet talk him into a ride.
What if he's like, Dad, I like poetry?
No, son of mine.
Dad, I don't want to be a race car driver. I want to be a creative writer.
Ask your Uncle Mike how that's working out.
Yeah. I'll get picked up one of these days. All the publishers hate me.
And it looks like we got everybody rounded up, so the field's going to get back underway here. Competition caution, and we are back under green. And look at this, second place, first one on the gas. I think he timed that one just right.
That was
a very strategic. And look, they're still side by side. And it looks like the drone's back up in the air. Let's see if we got a shot of that.
Get a little connection issues, but
a lot of pixels.
We'll see if that improves in a second. We got a shot of them coming in here through turn 3.
And it looked like Harlan was able to get that spot back.
Looks like it. That's a 777 right there in front.
Man, Bowen caught Harlan sleeping there. That was, I mean, I know you're supposed to go on the leader, but he definitely had the run coming down that back straightaway. But Harlan Gibson already gets it back. And right now they're making their way up the hill here at turn 5. We'll call that the middle finger. And then coming back down the hill here, getting a little air over the Alpine jump into turn 6. They're just out there having a good time.
Like, do you think they're having like a conversation, like they're just talking the whole time?
Yeah, probably.
That'd be fun.
Could you imagine side-by-side racing if every guy that was out here had to have their wife ride passenger like that in the car during the race?
I mean, how was the ride over here, Will?
yeah. We wouldn't make it through lap 1. Well, actually, no. What we would do is we would swap. She'd be the one driving.
I sat in the back of that Dodge Charger before. Well, you two were up front.
It felt like we were off-road.
Might as well have been.
And right now, looking at that gap from first place back to second, Bowen Tyndall trying to reel in Harlan Gibson, but this race is going to run out of laps here if we're not careful. Devin's got that white flag in his hand.
Let's see if we got the drone back up. Oh, there we are.
Looks like we've got drone coverage again. Looks a lot better. Takes a village to run this broadcast.
And by village, we just mean Darryl.
Yes. He is the village.
He is the village. Good shot of them coming down the hill. Earlier, that's where we're seeing a lot of cars getting big air. Not with these tiny little side-by-sides, but here they come.
Coming past our vantage point, white flag is out. It's just so funny watching. They get just ever so much, a little bit of air when they come over. That's so much fun to watch. And I'm sure those kids feel like they're just clearing.
Bowen Tyndall ran a faster lap that last lap. Almost by, well, about half a second faster.
Let's see. She's got that. Bowen's got that pedal down right now. Let's see if he can catch up.
He's got some turns to do it, but I think Gibson's going to have to make a mistake. Good shot as we ride on board with number 44, Bowen Tyndall, looking to chase down Harlan Gibson.
And we are on the last lap.
Down into turn 4. Around that sweeping bend and then back up the hill. That's where these little cars struggle.
That's his own, Joel.
And let's see, as they're making their way through turn 5.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. I don't think. I think he rented it from us. You're right.
Making their way down the hill. Through turn 6 for one final time as they make their way back towards our vantage point here. I guess, do I go interview the passenger or the driver? Who
I guess we got to find out who the passenger is.
Yeah.
Somebody's dyslexic.
First place, unofficially, of course, is Harlan Gibson.
Yeah, to pass tech first.
Bowen Tyndall.
Make sure that thing's overweight. Got to be underpowered and overweight. Is that the... The rules say bone stock, so factory stock up to 200 cc. It says nothing about passengers, so I think it's legal.
And to round out our podium, third place driver, Henry Michael.
And that 306 machine clearing the start-finish line. So that'll lock in your top 3. And I believe we still got the number 22.
Wait.
Sebastian Ariaza. I saw him out there. There he is.
There he is.
Coming down the Alpine jump right there.
Search party not required.
It don't tell me, Joel. They didn't
And
write
Sebastian's going to make his way through turn number 6. And for one final time, make his way towards the start-finish here. And there we go, up and over the start finish, and that is going to do it for our kids stock division. And we're going to go out and get a word with our winners real quick, so you're going to have to entertain these fine folks, Mikey. All right, we're making our way out here, Mikey. We got Bowen Tyndall out here. Oh, look, we've got our winner making their way back. Ooh. Yeah, good job. Yeah, I was wondering who your driver coach was during that one. All right, camera's right there. All right, hey, I'm down here with your race winner, Harlan Gibson. Harlan, you look excited. Was that your first win?
And it was my first ever race ever.
Oh, wow. That's a great job for your first time out. Now, who's your coach over here?
Him.
Does him have a name?
Hunter.
You been coaching very long?
Not really. It's my first time sitting with her, and she did way better than I expected any other little 8-year-old girl would do, and she deserved that win.
Well, that's awesome. Well, you got anybody at home you want to thank? Your mom, family, friends, dad?
Thank my dad, my brother, my grandma, my grandpa, my mom, and my uncle, and that's it.
So with this being your first race, you going to come back out and do it again next time?
Yes.
Well, that's awesome. Well, congratulations on the win. I know you got a lot of excited family members over here. And let's see if we go get a word with second place real quick. How you doing, Bowen?
Good.
So, second place, is this your first time up here on the podium? Is this your first time?
I don't really know.
So how have you finished second place or higher before?
I finished first before, so I finished higher.
How long have you been racing?
3 times.
So this is just your third race?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. So you're going to be back out here next month?
Yes, sir.
You going to do anything different, or are you going to keep it the same?
Make it faster.
Keep the skinny pedal down?
Yes, sir.
Well, awesome job, man. Congratulations on second place, and we're going to go get a word here with third place real quick. Good job, man. Hey, I'm here with Henry Michael. Henry, is this your first time up here racing?
No.
No? How long you been racing?
About 2 years.
Oh, wow. So you know stranger to being up here on the podium, are you?
Yeah.
Well, what do you like about racing out here?
Seeing all my friends.
You like seeing your friends? You like going fast?
Yeah.
You're wanting to get in a bigger one day? Getting one of the faster cars? So you got anybody you want to give a thanks out to? Any like your parents, sponsors?
I'd like to thank my dad and my mom, my brother, and uncle and aunt.
Well, congratulations on third place. Good job, man. And we'll see you out here on the next one. You going to be out here for the next one?
Yeah.
Well, awesome, man. Good job, and we'll see y'all on the next one. And this is our final race of the day here for the sprint races. Once they get done with this, they're going to be grouping back up and doing some enduro races off in the woods, but we're not going to be able to cover those.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is on the
Is on the big enduro course.
yeah, and that's at the limit of our technological capabilities.
I feel like we're already at the limit of our technological capabilities. Intellectual and technological.
Well, why don't you just stay here and you can radio call for everyone?
Yeah, I'll just turn call it. Do like the MRN style broadcast.
Yeah, turn calling, but you got to be like hiding somewhere in the woods.
I don't even know how that would work.
Need spotters up in the trees. You got shots here. Them coming across the line. They're getting their transponders checked out.
We did take those wireless units one time and put them on a drone and flew that all the way up in the trees and used it as a relay to get a camera signal back at AMP that one time.
We goof around.
That was pretty fun week. That Prodigy track walk that we did. But this is the Open Kids division coming up to round out our program here today at Durhamtown. Ages 6 to 12, minimum weight 500 pounds, up to 250 cc. And this is a run what you brung division. So might see a couple of these guys walk away early if they've got right at 250 cc. But I love these open divisions. These are good catch-all. You know, one of the big barriers that, racetracks will see to people coming in and racing is, well, if you already own a car and you're not ready to sell it, but it's not in a class, what do you do? And that's where these open divisions are good for catching everybody. So that way you can at least get in there, get some racing action. You might not be the fastest one out there, but at least they got a class for you.
Yeah, being on a track with cars all around you is already fun, so definitely want to encourage that.
Out for a drive with the boys. Weekends for the boys. And for some side-by-side racing here at Durhamtown Off-Road Park, Union Point, Georgia. Definitely come check this place out. If you've never been, they've got something for you here. There is...
Not just for the boys.
Yeah. As we saw in the women's race, this is for the girls, too. And this kids division, our final race of the day, about to get underway. It's going to be on the leader as we are green racing here. This final 6-lap contest.
Down at turn 2, we'll see if they can negotiate that corner. They do. We get a shot here of our drone as they make their way around. Turn 3, that big hill, that big sweeping turn. Straight down that middle.
And a little bit of action already heating up here. Battle for the lead right now.
Yeah, top 2. Decently
And
close.
they're starting to pull away. I'm seeing Xander, Walraven, and Hudson Wilson, but we're going to have to check that at the stripe.
As usual, usually takes us a lap to sort out who's who.
Lap 1 is in the books. We're going to start getting some scoring data. So that is Hudson Wilson up front, Xander Walraven in second, and Hudson Knight in third. So those are your 3 drivers you're seeing on screen right now battling it out for the lead. Although it looks like first and second starting to pull a little bit away from third as they're going down the back straightaway. There will be a competition yellow here at the halfway point.
And are they doing 6 laps here also?
Yes, they should be. All the kids' races are 6 laps.
These guys just seem a lot faster.
Yeah, no, these guys are booking right now. But this is also the open division, and I believe it was a 250cc rule, so they got a little bit more help than the other divisions. So that's probably where that added power's coming in. And right now they are headed up the hill towards turn 5. This one's already going pretty quick, Mikey. And man, these guys keep struggling with that turn 5. That got pretty rutted out from those races earlier. These smaller side-by-sides are really struggling when they hit those deep ruts. But right now, look at this. Xander Walraven going inside, going outside,
set him up,
trying to find the line as they come jumping past our position. And don't count Hudson Knight out. With all this action from first to second, he's kind of climbing his way back in.
Xander Walraven, he kind of backed up his corner to get like a good run, and it's helping him. He's closing the gap here on the backstretch.
And at the line, it was 0.36 seconds difference between first and second, and then 1.8 seconds from first back to third.
You see Xander choosing a different line. He's starting his corner way on the outside and cutting in.
Oh, and he goes around.
Cut it in too much. Keep it in it. Keeps it
and
going.
He just keeps going. He keeps that skinny pedal down. When in doubt, throttle out.
All gas, no brakes.
And that's going to open up the battle for first, and that's going to kind of put a gap between Hudson Wilson and now your new second place driver, Hudson Knight.
So
and
Hudson,
they're both going pretty narrow through turn 6, cutting that inside corner. We saw a lot of guys doing that in the later half of the races. So that's really going to open up some space here with your leaders. So expect to see that competition caution next time by.
Yeah, if you're Xander Walraven, you're going to be pretty happy about this caution coming up because you're battling pretty hard up there with Hudson Wilson. Just kind of lost it on that turn.
And that was, part of what they were saying earlier was these guys are all rear-wheel drive only, so they don't have the help of four-wheel drive. So that's why they bumped them to the end of the program, because normally they run these guys early, but with the track being so wet this morning, they were worried about them slipping and spinning, so they pushed them to now where the track's a little bit drier. But you can still get that back end out, as we've seen with go-karts all the time. Too much power to the rear tires, you'll go for a spin cycle.
I guess now the only problem is with all the big cars having run, the track has completely been,
Yeah.
I won't say destroyed, but
it's definitely harder for the smaller tires and the lighter weight, of these little kid carts.
There's the yellow flag. Hudson Wilson, Hudson Knight. Battle of the Hudsons.
And they are scooping up the drivers right now.
I think they'll look to get them gridded back up and send them on their way for the last 3 laps.
I'm hearing reports up here in the booth that there is some debris on track, so they're going to have to go get that recovered. As our last couple of stragglers are racing around to get that competition yellow. Then we'll get this field gridded back up and back underway.
And that was Hunter Gibson and Philip Walpole, 5th and 6th.
And it looks like we got one more car coming.
This should be Nash Gilbert.
This car coming over the start-finish line now, that car, Joel, that is Fulcher.
All right, everybody, I got one headed to the start-finish now. Yeah. Be your last one. He's coming over the start-finish now.
Yeah, one more.
Sanders out there, too.
And it looks like the final car coming across the start finish, the 151
There's
of Nash Gilbert.
That 1002T whatever, change that to Fulcher. I thought Fulcher was in first. Is Fulcher in first? Do y'all know?
I think he
didn't do the competition caution because he got pushed. The caution competition.
What are we doing here? There's something wrong with this car. Y'all want to put him in the back because he didn't stop. What y'all want to do here? Which one? What did we do back? That's the one that didn't. That was the leader, wasn't it?
and I'm getting word up here that the 1000T is Fulcher.
Supposed to be in the back. So where's the one that didn't stop first? Put a caution flag. Which one is it?
That's Sander. That's
They
Sander.
all
That's right.
402 is the leader.
402 is the leader. I know.
I got one car that pulled off.
402 is the leader.
I got you. All right, so this is the right order.
So Fulcher is in the back, and Nash Gilbert pulled off.
Check that one in the back was about to get last out later when the competition come out. I'm confused. There was a green car running up front with this 402.
Yeah, we're just waiting on them to get the grid set back up. A little bit of confusion here. Although that's, par for the course. We see that at the go-kart track all the time. Where
Well, it wouldn't be a race day without
people
a little,
sharing carts.
Transponder, timing, scoring, shuffle-roo.
Yeah, it is not my favorite and not the first job I'm ever going to volunteer for is running timing and scoring.
I would say the first guy who ever designs like a good timing and scoring program, he's going to be a billionaire because I feel like they all suck.
No, because my laps is just going to buy them out.
Oh, okay.
And then make the technology proprietary.
Okay. We were right. Just the other one was wrong. So now they're putting,
I'm not bitter.
before you take off, put it on.
See my laps in your nightmares?
Well, we're trying to run an RC car track, and they sell a freaking $4,000, my laps encoder just to run RC cars. Because they bought AMB, and AMB used to make a more modestly priced encoder, and they took the exact same thing and just slapped a My Laps logo on it and started charging good money for it.
And did you pay for it?
Nope. I went with iLaps. But most racetracks, if you are a good racetrack, usually runs a MyLap system. But they also got the little bit of a cartel on the transponders because they do. They're all licensed. So when you buy the transponder, it's only good for 1, 3, or 5 years.
It just seems like every time I've tried to interact with that, you need like a master's in like computer science.
Pretty much.
To like add drivers.
Pretty much. I mean, I played with it a little bit while we were figuring out timing and scoring, trying to get some data on screen, and it's definitely not for the faint of heart. But it's one of those things. Once you learn it, it's kind of like riding a bike. So could be worse.
Well, they seem to have got it sorted. Cars. I gotta stop saying carts, Will. It's been a problem all day.
I know. And we are off. Back underway for the second half of our final race of the day. This is the Youth Open Division. So side-by-sides up to 250cc out here racing right now. So a little more pep in their step than what we saw during the last race. You'll definitely see these guys getting a little bit more air. And you'll definitely see this race getting through a lot quicker because these guys are making time right now. And to be honest with you, they're not that far off the pace of the adults. I mean, they were doing a minute 14. I think the adults were down there doing minute 5s, minute 7s. So not that far off.
We'll see as they make their way down the hill. We'll get a drone shot of our field. We were cursing timing and scoring, and race monitor went off. So I think that's what we get.
I thought he was about to go fly through those trees. I was about to give
for
Farrell
making fun of the
props.
computer programs. The computer programs hurt us.
Yes, they did.
Oh, and I think they're back.
Yeah, it didn't go down on my phone.
So Hudson Wilson, and then
Brian Fulcher.
Hudson Knight, Lincoln Phelps.
So Brian Fulcher was on the lead lap, and he missed the pace car during that competition caution. So that was the source of trying to figure out where to put him.
I see.
Because he raced the pace car. I don't know if you saw that when the pace car was coming out. He was trying to get his lap back, but he didn't need to.
He's trying to beat the pace car, but you're the leader.
Xander was the one that missed the pace car, but he was about to get lapped by the leader.
because he spun out the straightaway.
So we're being told that was Xander Walraven that was out running the pace car. And right now, these laps are slowly starting to wind down.
Well, not even slowly. We're coming to our end here pretty soon.
Our fearless flagman out here has got the white flag in hand.
Should be seeing it here for the final time. White flag in the air. Hudson Wilson's going to take it. Also ran his fastest lap.
Not only his fastest lap, the fastest lap of the entire race.
Oh, yeah.
So he's definitely found some speed. As we are following along just behind second place, trying to catch up to first place. That's Brian Fulcher. We're just flying over now, catching up to your race leader right now, the number 402 of Hudson Wilson.
Well, I don't want to hit him with the commentator's curse, but as long as Hudson Wilson hits their marks.
He's only got half a lap to go. And it looks like we got a spinner out here somewhere, but they're off in the back. As right now, your race leader there coming into your camera shot, Hudson Wilson's going to make his way around turn 6 for one final time and make his way back up the hill towards our vantage point into turn 7. And Devin's got that checkered flag flying as Hudson Wilson will take the win.
And then there's second place, Brian Fulcher, Hudson Knight at third, Lincoln Phelps in fourth. Few cars left behind. We'll see where they come out here at the checkered flag one more time. And there goes Xander Walraven.
Which means Philip Walpole should be across the line next, and he is.
And Nash Gilbert never scored another lap after that competition caution, so I wonder if
I'm pretty sure
pulled
he pulled
off.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, because there's our last driver.
I'm
Hunter
looking at
Gibson.
him in the infield, so yeah, he definitely pulled off.
Robert, you ready to send the top 3?
And that is going to do it for our Youth Open division. So I'm going to go head down there to Victory Lane, get one final round of interviews done, Mikey, and then that's it. We're going to be signing this one off. So exciting day here at Durhamtown Off-Road Park. Just got done doing the Open Kids division. So we're about to go talk to our winners. We'll be right back with you. All right, we're down here in Victory Lane. And let's see here. We got an excited Hudson Wilson getting on top of his car right now. So I think this is the part I would struggle with, Mikey, is climbing on top of the car after the race.
Yeah, that is definitely for the more nimble youths.
All right, man, there's the camera. Wave to everybody at home. I am down here with Hudson Wilson, your race winner. Take us through that, man. You kind of walked away with that. What was going through your head during that race?
Not really much. Just
Just go fast. Try not to lose. Well, you did a great job, man. Is this your first time up here?
Never. Not my first time.
How long you been running up here?
Oh, I can't remember how long I've been doing this, though. Probably about 3 years, though.
Well, this isn't your first time up here on the podium, is it? Well, do you like – I'm sure it feels good, though, every time you win.
Yeah, it feels pretty good.
You got anybody at home you want to thank?
God, my sponsors, my dad, my mom, and I guess that's all.
We going to see you back out here on the next one?
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, man. Well, congratulations on the win. Good job, and we'll see you on the next one. And we're going to go over here and get a word with second place real quick. We got Brian Fulcher here. Not my first time talking with you today, man. Take us through that race.
It was fun. Just didn't have any spot to get really any traction. Trying to catch up with him, spun out a couple times.
Yeah, was that a struggle for you out there trying to just get this thing stuck on the ground?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you going to do anything different coming out next month?
I won't be here, but we're thinking about selling the car.
Oh, man, don't hear that. Well, I'm assuming you're selling it to get something else?
Yes, sir. Trying to race the Youth 1000.
Ah, cool. Well, good luck to you, man, and congratulations on second place here today. You got anybody you want to thank at home?
I want to thank all my family, W Racing, Gator Waders, High Lifter, PCF, KMC Wheels, CT Raceworks, Carolina Custom ATV, Deep Creek ATV Park, EFX Tires, Dirty Stripper Chemicals, and Fuel Off-Road, and EFX Tires.
Well, awesome job, man. Congrats on second place. And we're going to go over here and get a word with our final podium winner, Hudson Knight. How you feeling right now, man? Third place, pretty good finish.
Yeah, I feel pretty good.
Is this your first time up here on the podium?
Nope.
How many times you been up here before?
A lot.
You win a good bit?
Yeah.
You like racing?
I love it.
What's your favorite part?
I don't know, just battling and stuff.
You like hanging with your buddies and getting out on track?
Yeah.
Well, you going to be out here next month?
Definitely.
Well, that's awesome, man. Well, congratulations on third place. Is anybody, before we wrap this thing up, anybody you want to say thank you to?
My mom, my dad, all my family, Car One, and all my friends.
Well, good job, man. Wave to the fans. Wave to everybody at home. Good job. We're going to see you on the next one. And instead of sending it back up to you, Mikey, we got to close this thing out. This has been a fantastic day of racing. You got any final thoughts before we close this thing out?
No. This day has kind of flown by. A lot of good racing. I'm glad you brought me out here. Definitely hope we get the opportunity to come back and see more side-by-side action.
Well, nobody ran up into the booth and cut our mics, so, yeah, maybe we'll get an invite back. I don't know. But quite an enjoyable experience. Our first time out here covering the side-by-side racing. Just want to give a big shout-out to our crew, to everybody here, the safety workers, the track officials, our camera people, Daryl Cannon, Collins Rigdon, our producer, Michael Lemon Drop Lane, of course, myself, Will Rigdon. Appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in. Been a great day of racing, and we will see y'all on the next one. So long, everybody.